Welcome back to Nintagious. How you guys doing tonight? Sorry for the slight delay. I'm running a little bit behind. After not having to wake up to an alarm all week, having to suddenly wake up to an alarm again has been, not pleasant. Not pleasant. I kind of regret, I was very on the fence between if I wanted to stream tonight or not. I kind of wanted to take an additional night off, and then come back tomorrow, and I talked myself out of that. And I'm just so tired that I kind of regret that, but otherwise, I really want to work on this, so I think as soon as I get moving, I'll be like, yeah, I'm glad I did this, so. Let me see. So, last time we did Yellow Devil and Big Eye and Roll, I made a couple very small changes to Roll, mostly with her hair. I made the line, like the lines a little bit thinner, just so it's a little bit less muddied. Sometimes when there's like a lot of detail and the lines are a little too thick, it just becomes a blotch of nothing. So I updated that a little bit. I fixed Oil Man. I did that off stream because we were going to do it at the end of the last stream last week on Sunday. And I just ran out of time, and I was, like, super hungry, so I was like, I'll just have to do that off stream. So I went ahead and did that. Our main objective tonight is I need to add Wily and Light. And then a couple other enemies. I was also planning on adding Copy Robot / Holograph Mega Man, whatever you want to call him. I don't think I'm going to do that. Because it's just another Mega Man, right? So I'm kind of like... I might not do that. I kind of decided against that. But I do want to add I think I have, 2 other enemies in mind that I want to add. So I think we can finish this up tonight. And the reason we're doing it tonight instead of tomorrow, instead of the normal Sunday night, is since I think we are going to be able to finish it up, I'd like to, before we start something else after this, I think I'd like to get back to speedruns for a little bit. So I figured it made sense to just transition to that this week, because I want to get the Spyro 3, but I also want to continue doing Mario Galaxy, because I've been enjoying that a lot. It's been repairing some of my channel woes that I've been having. Like, views were, really low there for a while, and that's been helping with that. So I'm kind of like, I should just continue doing that for a little bit. And I figured if I moved this to Saturday, we could do both. I figured I could do Mario tomorrow, and then I can still do Spyro on Tuesday and Friday, and then next Sunday we can do more Mario Galaxy. So that's the current plan. I don't know if we're gonna do anything too Halloween-y this month. I'm gonna be honest, because there's so many other things I want to do that we might just not have the time for it. There was one game I really wanted to do. There was just the one that I was like, I absolutely want to play this month. And we might not even get to that, to be honest. Well, we'll see what happens. But you know what? I'm kind of okay with it, because it's not entirely that there's already a lot of people doing Halloween stuff. There is. But it's more that I think a lot of the people that are doing Halloween stuff are more into, horror stuff than I am. I'm just not that into it. So, I almost feel like I should just leave it to them, because they're probably going to be better at it. Does that make sense? So, I'm not going to push myself. If there's not something that I absolutely want to do, I'm not going to worry about it. And there is that one game I absolutely want to do, but we'll see, we'll see what happens. I think if this week goes well, and we can do Pokemon on Monday. I don't even know if we're going to be able to do Pokemon on Monday, because I still haven't found time to do the level grinding. I actually was very busy all week. Oh, yet I still didn't get enough done. Like, there was still more I wanted to get done that I was able to, so that's unfortunate. But I wasn't able to find time to do that. So, to be honest, as soon as we got to that heavy grinding section of the Nuzlocke, I kind of lost interest. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, something about the grinding just made it super boring to me. I'm not calling it off just yet, but there's a part of me that's like, if I'm not enjoying it, I might as well just stop, right? I just don't feel motivated to continue. Excuse me while I look up references really quick. These are other characters. I don't think I've ever drawn Dr. Light or Dr. Wily, so this should be interesting. Where was I? So yeah, if we can play that, if we can do Spyro 3, this week I'm aiming to clear up the schedule a little bit, and make room for some other stuff, and we'll see how that goes. But then we also have, there's a Risk of Rain update any day now. There's a Pokemon DLC coming out. There's something else happening this month that I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have to tend to that. There's gonna be an Avengers update. I'm probably gonna give Avengers a little bit of a break, because we more or less completed it. I could continue playing, but I kind of saw, like, the true end to the campaign, you know? So we might give that a little bit of a rest. But yeah, I spent a lot of time this week just thinking about just the schedule and trying to figure out what we're gonna do. Like, there's just so much stuff I want to do and not enough time. Never enough time. So I figured I might as well just focus on the stuff I really want to do, right? Alright, before we really get into this, let me actually tend to chat. JMT and Like Gazer, how you guys doing? And anyone else lurking about, it is great to have you, of course. I'm sorry I didn't have this scheduled further in advance. I kind of wish I would have had it. I didn't decide until, like, yesterday what I wanted to do. And I suspect that notifications are acting a little wonky too, but what can you do? What can you do? And yeah, for the most part, it was a nice week off. Monday and Tuesday, my allergies were terrible. So that was kind of miserable. But for the most part, like, I got a pretty decent amount of stuff. I got about half of my to-do list done. I'd say I got the stuff that really mattered done. So yeah, I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm pretty pleased with it. Yeah, and yeah, like, is there, like, and it, I think I did have one stream that was down to, like, 40, and I was like, holy shit, like, what's happening? I think, after talking to several people about it, I'm pretty sure YouTube's just kind of being wonky right now. I don't think it was anything I did. I think it was just YouTube was being bad about notifications and stuff. But, yeah, it's, for the most part, it doesn't bother me. For the most part, I can just be like, that's fine. If I'm having fun and you regulars are showing up and you're having fun, that's fine. That's enough for me. But once it got to a consistent point where, like, I think for, like, a week and a half or 2 weeks, every stream I did was under, like, 60 views. And I was like, this actually feels like there's something wrong. This feels like I pissed people off. And, like, it was alarming. And I think a lot of it was, I don't think anyone gives a shit about Avengers. This is, I think, a lot of what it came down to, honestly. I think that was just a game that people weren't particularly interested in. So my focus on that was just hurting me. I'm still looking at references here, by the way, because Dr. Light doesn't really have a consistent design. So I'm trying to decide which of these I want to go with. I don't really want to go with Mega Man 11's, because it's a little bit more... toned down? Does that make sense? Toned down? But yeah, the major thing worth noting is that I got an animated intro done for video content, so now, like, there's a few other things I have to set up in terms of, like, layout for video content. But once I do that, I can pretty much go crazy with it as I see fit, so... I think that's the big thing. And I managed to finish that, like, Tuesday night. Like, I got that done real fast, so I was really happy with that. Yeah, that's why you probably haven't heard it because you only, like, more recently started streaming, but when I started streaming, it was a common thing where people were just like, just stream Fortnite, getting views is easy. And no, it's surprisingly, doing whatever's trendy is surprisingly not as efficient as people think it is. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I think if it's something you're not known for, no one's gonna care. If it's something that everyone else is doing, no one's gonna care because they're gonna see the other channels first. Like, I've tried it before. I think there was a Splatoon Splatfest where I was like, hey, let's start playing Splatoon again. That's a popular game. That'll get me views, and nobody gave a shit. And I was like, well, this is weird. Like, I thought everyone loved Splatoon. But it wasn't something I was known for. There were hundreds, thousands of other people doing it. And a lot of people that come to streams frequently probably knew that I didn't really want to be playing it. So that probably kept them away, because they were probably like, oh, he's only doing that to get the views. He's not actually having fun. Why would I watch him when he's not having fun? But then I put a lot of stock in that. I put a lot of stock in the idea of, if we as streamers aren't having fun, it doesn't matter what we play. To anyone. Like, if people know we're not having fun, they're not going to be into it. If we're not having fun and we wind up getting a huge community about it anyway, then we're going to just be locked into not having fun. It's just an all-around bad thing. Dr. Light has a mullet. Nobody talks about it. Yeah, like, first of all, Mario 35 is, like, surprisingly fun. It's way more fun than I ever expected it would be. After about an hour, I realized, oh right, I fucking hate Mario 1. Like, that game is super jank, and I can't stand it. But it's a surprisingly fun concept. I hope they do it with other games. Like, I think it'd be really cool if they did it with, like, Zelda or something. But, don't know if I'd say it's better than Tetris 99, because they're very different. Tetris 99's really fucking intense. And I think the skill cap is higher. Like, you have to be really good at Tetris to be able to get anywhere with that. Mario 35 is significantly easier. Like, significantly easier. It's way more just chill. I could definitely see how people would like it more than Tetris 99. Especially if they're not big fans of Tetris to begin with. Like I said, it's a very interesting concept. I hope they do more with that idea of like, hey, let's just make this old game and make it a battle royale where people can fuck with each other. It's like, it works. It's very simple, but it works surprisingly well. But yeah, it's, I thought about doing a Mario 35 stream at some point, and I was like, that's not gonna work well for me. Because I don't think many people would think... That's not the type of content I'm known for. Like, I don't think people want to see me play a game like that. Any old NES game, I think, would work very well for it. Well, not any NES game, but I think a lot of them would work very well for it. I think Zelda would definitely work well. I don't think it would work very well for Mega Man, actually, because unless they made it that the enemies that you send to people can't drop items, because otherwise you'd be fueling your enemies. Like, you send them enemies and they're just gonna get health and weapon power-ups, and that's just going to make them go further. So I don't think that would work as well, not without some sort of tweak. Zelda 1, although I think Zelda 2 would work pretty well, too. I don't know if I like the behind the arms behind the back deal. I think other than that, this is looking okay. He has like a mullet pompadour. What a weird hairstyle this character has that I've never stopped and thought about before. Alright, let me see. Definitely smaller, but actually that's not terrible. I think that's good, actually. I think that's good. Now, sadly, there was a big list of games I wanted to check out this week, and I did games, and there was a bunch of stuff on Netflix and Disney Plus that I wanted to watch with this week. And I didn't do either of those, so that's unfortunate. I wanted to check out Genshin Impact, but now I'm also thinking I should probably just wait until it hits Switch, maybe, and then I can make a stream of it. Also worth noting that despite saying after this I want to put focus back on speedruns for a little bit before we start the next one, I've been feeling very arty lately, so that might not last. I'm also trying to think of stuff we could do other than Mega Man, though. Sadly, one of the big ones I was thinking about was maybe doing a Smash Brothers one, and now my desire to do that is very much lower. Which is kind of good, because 80 characters is a lot of fucking characters. That GDQ one I did, this one's probably only like a dozen and a half. That GDQ one was 30, 28 or something like that. So, doing Smash would be wildly ambitious. Oh, Genshin Impact you wanted to try? Yeah, I could probably just stream the PC version too, but my concern there, I could just play the PS4 version. My concern there is that the PS4 version doesn't have cross-save with the other platforms, so I'm wondering if Switch isn't going to have cross-save, I might as well just wait for the Switch version, right? Because that's probably where I'm going to want to play it, unless the Switch version sucks. Which is completely possible, to be honest. That nose is way too big. Holy shit. You know it, like Gazer. I mean, to be real, there's a lot of characters in that pool of 80 characters that I'm not too interested in drawing. To be totally fair. Like, Shulk. I have no interest in drawing Shulk, for example. I thought about doing Sonic characters, but the thing that sucks about that is it's kind of a one and done. Like, there are a lot of Sonic characters, but there aren't enough on a per game basis that I could do one on like per game. It'd basically have to be the entire franchise in one piece, which I could do, but it's like I wouldn't be able to split it up at all, I guess. It's not a bad idea because of the fact that they're simpler characters, so it would probably move a little bit faster. I think he's got an anniversary coming up next year too, so that's not a terrible idea. bum bum ba bum. Ba-ba-da-dum. Also thought about doing one that would be like, I thought about doing one for the channel to make like a new channel banner and picking like a dozen characters that are very like iconic to the channel. I can't even begin to imagine what I'd pick for that other than Mega Man and Sonic. So I'm not super committed to that just yet, but that's an option. Speedrunning Mario Party 2? People speedrun Mario Party? That sounds awful. I thought about learning a new speedrun this week, but nothing really. Oh, I was looking at bingos, though. Some of you guys saw that on Discord, because I did, like, a members Discord stream for it. I found out that there's a... Afterwards, I found another bingo site, which had even more pre-mades. But I found one that's a Mega Man X Trilogy bingo. I did, like, 5 test runs of that. So I thought about streaming something like that. I did find one for Galaxy, so that's probably more likely. I thought about making one for Mega Man 1 through 6. Mario Party 2 is a 5-hour run? That sounds like way too much. That sounds terrible. What's the goal? I guess those games have story modes, right? So it's probably just the end of story mode. It's been so long since I've played a Mario Party. To any degree. I think, honestly... I think I played one of the ones on Wii, but not... It was, like, once. I don't think I played any of the GameCube ones. So I think it was the N64 ones was the last time I played one, like, semi-seriously. Oh, the second one didn't have a story mode? Huh. I must be thinking of 3 then. It's just to get a win on every board. Yeah, that sounds terrible. Why would you want to do that to yourself? I guess, do you really like Mario Party 2? I've also been thinking about pixel usage a little bit more, which I didn't do pixels for the beginning of the stream, actually. Let's go back and do that really quick. I was talking about this a bit 2 weeks ago, before I took the time off. I was already talking about it a little bit. It's kind of a bummer, because I've been doing, like, late night, early morning Twitch watching, because that's the hour where, like, no one's live on YouTube. And I really like how they have a currency, like, just built right into the website. Especially because it makes it way easier for viewers to shop for what they can do with those points. A lot of my ideas with what to do with pixels, I'm like, I always reach the crossroads of, I have to find a way to present all of this to viewers so that they know that there's things they can do with pixels. And that's where I'm like, I don't know what to do. I'd like to bring the speedrun one back. And then when I do speedrun Sundays, I'll just look at the list and be like, well, here's some of the speedruns that people have wanted to see. And then I'll just kind of go down through those. I liked the tier list idea, too. Now, I mentioned potentially doing... This is a very ambitious idea. But at least it's relevant to what we're doing. I had an idea to do something that would be like... Maybe like twice a year. Maybe once a year. I would do an art montage, kind of along the lines of, hey, let's do one for the sake of the channel. And then you guys could spend pixels to, like, pick one character to add to the montage. So it would be kind of like, you guys would be picking the characters, not me. And then maybe I could even slap it on a shirt or something once we're done. But I think that's a wildly ambitious idea, so... Oh, so you already have it. So that was one of the reasons you thought about it. I think his head needs to be smaller. That's much better. I probably would have to add some elaborate rules to picking characters, just so it doesn't go too far off the rails, so no one's like, lel, add SpongeBob. Like, they'd have to be... Well, you know what? If I played a fucking SpongeBob game, I'd probably be okay with it. Well, no, because if I wanted to put it on a shirt, I'd have to deliberately not include characters that aren't video game characters, because if I were to add, like, a cartoon character, that complicates things very quickly in terms of merchandise. I add a Disney character on there, and suddenly I'm getting a cease and desist. Still don't know if I'm sold on the behind the back thing. But in general, I really like that idea, at least, of, like, instead of having these little things you can do with pixels, add these, like, big things that kind of, like, add something to the channel, you know? Is that still going well for you? You're what, on like, you're like almost a month in already, aren't you? That's true, you started training on, like, on the 1st, didn't you? I think it's just that his arm is too short. You know, doing a Sonic one actually makes a lot of sense, because a couple of years ago... what was it? Had to have been his 25th anniversary. I wanted to do something, an art thing for Sonic's 25th, and I just never got around to it. So doing one for his 30th is, like, pretty decent idea. It's true, yeah. It's probably a more narrow scope of questions that need answered too. I mean, you're probably gonna get the occasional shithead that has an attitude, but yeah. Oh, what, like they made you work, like, a position you don't ordinarily do? I think this is just a case of my memory being bad, but I don't think I know what you actually do, like, user. I think I do know, and I'm just forgetting. Because it's hard to keep track of just what everybody does. I want to say you work in a factory or something. You do work in a factory. Okay, I'm not crazy. That's true, yeah. If you get disrespect, you could actually report them for it in that particular case. Yeah, a couple of years ago, I wasn't in a position like this, but I knew a bunch of people that were in positions like this, and I started to come up with the theory, or the mantra, maybe might be a better word for it, that, like, I think I said that there's 3 factors with a job. There's how much you like what you do, there's how much you get paid and or benefits, and then there's how much bullshit you have to deal with. And that's in terms of both other employees and customers. And you have to have 2 of those things. things working in your favor. You can be unhappy with one of those things, but you have to have the other two that are, like, you can be dissatisfied with your job, but if you make good money and you don't have to deal with any attitude, you can probably tolerate it. If you're happy with it and you don't have to deal with any attitude, getting paid a little bit less probably doesn't bother you that much. For example, if you only have one of those things, that's when things come crashing down, and you're like, I want to do literally anything but this. And I knew a bunch of people that were in positions like that, where they were like, for a while, they were like, well, I like what I do, I'm getting paid well, and I don't have to deal with that much bullshit. And then all of a sudden, they started having to deal with a lot of bullshit. And then the worse the bullshit got, the more they were like, you know, I'm not getting paid enough for this. And it was like, okay, well then it's time to look for a change of job, because at that point, what are you doing it for? Other than, like, complacency, because you don't like change, which is like, I get it. I don't like change either. I don't think many people do, but sometimes you do have to commit and make a change for the better. Yeah, sometimes you're willing to take a pay cut if it means you don't have to deal with all the bullshit anymore. And that's what I told people a lot, because they were like, well, I can't leave because I'm making $15 an hour, which at the time was insane. It's still insane now, but at the time, this was like 8 years ago. It was even more insane then. And I was like, yeah, but if you could take a $2 pay cut and you'll actually be happy and not have to deal with any assholes, isn't that kind of worth it? To some people find dealing with other people to not be that big of a deal, so they're more willing to put up with it, but... That's why I'm so happy with what I currently do, because I like doing it. For the most, like, 98% of the time, I don't have to deal with any nonsense. You know, every now and then you get a troll, right? The pay isn't great. The pay could definitely be better, but I consider it worth it. I would rather do this and not make much money than make a lot of money and be completely miserable. Personally. I did that for like a day when I lived in Virginia. The hotel my mom worked at, they needed help with something for like just a couple of hours. And I think they paid me like $15 an hour. And afterwards I was like, that wasn't worth it. Like, that absolutely wasn't worth it. Like, it was tedious work. I think, like, it wasn't even, like, labor. It was, they had me go around to all of the rooms to check which TVs worked or something like that. I might be thinking of a different task, but it was busy work. And I was like, I could have done literally anything else with that time. And it took me, like, 3 hours, so I had, like, $45 to show for it. And I was like, who cares? Like, at my age, that's not really a lot. Especially when it's doing something you're not really thrilled about. At the time, I was already taking art commissions, and I was like, I could have taken a commission and made twice that It would have taken way longer, but I would have enjoyed it a lot more. I would have had something to show for it and been like, this is something I did that I am proud of. And yeah, I think pay is just a bonus. Especially in the economy that we're in. Most people spend money faster than they make it. So making more doesn't mean anything because you still feel like you never have money. So unless it's significantly more and you're like, holy shit, I got money all the time now because I get paid a lot, then it doesn't really make a difference. And that on its own isn't enough to keep somebody happy. Unless it's a lot. A lot. Again, the hotel my mom worked at in Virginia, they had trouble keeping housekeepers. They couldn't get housekeepers that did a good job and would actually stay and like stick around. And I was like, you know what? I can't criticize them that much. You guys pay them less than minimum wage, and they can't, and you couldn't pay me enough to do that. Like, if you asked me to do housekeeping for $18 an hour, I'd probably say no. Because it wouldn't be worth it. It would, like, you'd have to pay me way more than anyone would be willing to pay me to actually get me to do it. Now, part of that is because I'm worried about, not so much anymore, but I was always worried about getting stuck. I was always worried about somebody saying, just do this for like a week, just help us out, and then 5 months later, I'd be like, why am I still here? Like, I would just get stuck in it and get so used to it as the new normal that I'd never fight to get anything better. And yeah, that's true. The more money you have, the more you spend. People tend to not think, oh, I got a raise, I'm gonna start putting all that money into savings. Most people are just like, well, what can I buy with that money? I don't. I guess I was raised well in that regard. Like, on the months where YouTube pays me, most of it goes towards bills, but I try to put at least a little bit into savings. I don't just think, oh, I got paid, let's go buy something. I only think, hey, let's go buy something if there's, like, a game release, if there's something I need. If I'm like, well, I needed to get a new webcam anyway, so let's just go ahead and do that. But part of that is because I'm more or less running a business, so I have to consider options like that. Most people aren't in a position like that, so they don't have to think about, like, okay, how should I put this back into what I'm doing? They're just like, treat yourself! Here's a tip. If you find something to do for a living that you enjoy, you're not gonna feel the need to treat yourself because you like what you do. There's some food for thought. I never have the desire to treat myself because what I do for a living is treating myself. Yeah, I mean, everybody's guilty of it. It's tempting. Like, yeah, when somebody gives me a big donation, I'm like, ooh, I want to go just fucking buy things. But then I'm also like, well, there's other things. Like, yeah, sure, that's what I want to do, but I also have to think what needs to be done. Now, the trick there is finding a balance. Because sometimes YouTube will pay me, or I'll do a commission, or I'll get a donation, and I'll be like, I put all of it into bills and savings, which also isn't necessarily a good idea, because then I don't feel any sense of reward. Didn't you just get that chair? Wait, that's wrong. Damn, that sucks. Hey Riley, how's it going? Did you change your name again? Not again. It's been a while since you changed it last, I think. Hey, Demonic, how's it going? Also, Lightgazer, back on the subject of... You mentioned streaming Mario 35 yesterday, and that just didn't really do well. In my experience, Fridays and Saturdays I have a horrible time with. My viewership on Friday and Saturdays is terrible, and I have no idea why. Saturdays in particular, knock wood, because this is a Saturday stream, but that's why I stopped streaming on Saturdays for a while, because my views on Saturdays were so low, and I really don't know why. I think it might just be because there's so many other people already streaming on Fridays and Saturdays that people just have too many options. And to be fair, I don't necessarily have a problem with this. I think I'm kind of a... lack of better options streamer. That sounds really negative on myself, but I feel like a lot of people will come here when they have nothing else to watch. And I think part of that is my energy levels aren't that high. I get that. And I think it's also because I'm typically live for very late, so I think a lot of people think I can go watch this other person, and then when they're done, Nintagious will still be live. So then I can check out that option. Which, to be fair, I've done that with other streamers, like Twain and Flapper. Sometimes I'll intentionally, even though if they're the ones I want to watch, I'll go watch other streamers first, because I don't get as much of a chance to watch them. So I think that's part of why Friday and Saturdays just don't work well for me. But I think in general it's that there's so many other people streaming on those nights. You mentioned yourself, Mario 35 Friday primetime. Yeah, primetime. That means there's probably a lot of other people streaming too. Probably streaming that game as well. Sometimes it pays to do things a little bit differently on that note. Like, I don't remember what I was playing that night. If I recall correctly, the night Mario 3D All-Stars came out, I played something else, and the stream actually did, like, pretty well. And I was like, yeah, it's probably because people were looking for things that weren't Mario, that wasn't Mario 3D All-Stars. And I remember that being a thing when Mario Maker 2 came out. That people actually came to streams and said, holy shit, somebody not playing Mario Maker 2. So yeah, sometimes following the trend just doesn't work. Yeah, typically people have off on, like, most streamers, it's not their main job, right? Especially on YouTube. It seems like on Twitch, there's more people that stream as a job, whereas on YouTube, it's people that are, like, it's a side thing they do. I'm not sure why that is, but... So, therefore, a lot of people, typically, the average person has off on weekends. So, therefore, they're like, I'm gonna stream with this time. Or they randomly take off from streaming, too, which I've never understood. To a point, I guess I get it, because they really want their weekends to just be a relaxation time, but... Yeah, try not to let it get to you too much. And know that we've all been there. You're not alone. Sometimes that helps me, is just having somebody... Just hearing that I'm not insane. Sometimes I'll just start thinking that I'm the crazy one, and I just need somebody else to say what I'm thinking, and I'm like, okay, I feel better, thank you. Yeah, it's way easier said than done, for sure. That's part of why I just took this time off, was because views were starting to get low, and I was starting to get to a point where I was like, shit, what am I doing with my life? To the point where a few people were worried that if I did take the time off, that I would just never come back. Because I talked to a few people, like, I was thinking about taking this time off for, like, a month. And I talked to a few people about it and said that that was a lot of why I was considering it. It was just because views had been low, and a few of them were like, are you worried that if you take the time off, you're never going to come back to it? And I was like, no, I still really like doing it. And ultimately, that's what matters. but having some time where I could slow down and just think about things instead of constantly being, oh, what's tomorrow? Oh, what's the next day? Did help. So I guess it's worth pointing out. It's so far off, but I already know that my next break is going to be January, because that's the next GDQ. So I'm going to take off for that week again. I heard somebody say that they made it that you can't click on names to get the channels anymore to hurt, like, not self-promotion, but, like, bots. Like, I heard somebody say that's why they did it, and I was like, that's not the greatest idea, honestly. There are better ways to approach that. Fuck, man. It's also goofy because that's more of a video issue than a stream issue anyway, as far as I know. I don't get the porn bots coming to streams. They comment on videos, so it's not terribly helpful. I think I mentioned a little bit ago, like, I don't do a lot of Twitch watching now, but I do some Twitch watching, because in, like, the early hours of the morning, like 4 or 5 a.m., no one's live on YouTube. So I've been watching a couple speedrunners from the last GDQ on Twitch, and I think the big thing that they have that I wish YouTube would pick up on is their chat system is so much more robust. I think that's one of my biggest issues with YouTube. There's so much room for improvement. Can you still click when they comment on a video? See, so they didn't fix the issue at all. I look at stuff like that and I'm like, that's a change no one asked for. Good work, YouTube. Which, to be fair, in the time I've spent watching Twitch, I've noticed that Twitch isn't perfect either. And Twitch users complain about Twitch just as much as YouTube users complain about YouTube. So it is not a lot of you might remember, like, 2 years ago, there was a big movement on YouTube where a lot of people were complaining and just being like, oh, we should just go to Twitch, we should go to Twitch, Twitch is so much better, just significantly, it's just better in every way, YouTube's just complete trash, we should just go to Twitch, and it was constant. And it isn't. It isn't 100% better. Like, it has its own issues, for sure. I find it funny that a lot of the people that were being very anti-YouTube about that, and oh, everyone should just go to Twitch, they went to Twitch, and now they just don't stream anymore. Because they probably realized it's not that fucking simple. Like, they probably did it and then realized, oh, nobody followed me. Yep. And I think that'll always be the thing that prevents me from making the switch myself, is knowing that I'd have to start over. Knowing that I'd basically have to abandon everybody here on YouTube and just be like, doesn't matter. I'm gonna start over. Because I don't know. In my years of experience as an artist, I've switched platforms before. And you're always starting over. It's never as simple as being like, oh, they'll follow me. They're not going to follow you. Like 10% of them will follow you. I'd need a very compelling reason to make the switch, personally. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, is there people complain? People, especially today, people just like to complain. That was a realization I had when I was watching Twitch. Is I was like, they're complaining about Twitch just like people complain about YouTube on YouTube. Like, yeah, I don't like that about Twitch, that you can't see chat history when you join. You just have to wait for someone else to say something so you can find out what people are talking about. That's not great. Coulter, how's it going? Yeah, like, Twitch has its upsides, but it also has its downsides, just like YouTube has its upsides and its downsides. It sucks that if you try to watch someone's archived content on Twitch, there's a chance it'll just not be there anymore. Like, at least, YouTube, that'll be there unless they delete it for some reason, which they won't unless you, like, break a rule. Whereas Twitch is just like, it's been here long enough. It's like, that sucks. And I honestly feel like a lot of Twitch streamers are just like, I'll just upload the archive to YouTube later. Honestly, you shouldn't have to. That's completely insane. I jokingly said this a couple months ago. I don't think I said it on stream. I think I said it to a few people off stream. I was like, I wonder if YouTube and Twitch have an unspoken agreement that as long as they don't create a robust system for VOD content, that YouTube won't try to make their streaming better. Like, they have an unspoken agreement to not move in on each other's territory. And that's why they won't do it. Because otherwise, I don't understand why Twitch hasn't done it yet. Why hasn't Twitch just been like, we're just going to give you a system for VODs? How is that not demanded enough that they've been like, hey, let's fix this? It has to be because they think, well, if we do that, then YouTube's actually going to try and make their streaming better, and then we're going to actually have competition on our hands. Business. And Coulter, I don't know if I said hey, but how's it going? Mike, how's it going as well? It's easy to get followers. Just tell them if they follow and subscribe, they have a possibility of being your boyfriend. Even that probably doesn't work as well as as you'd think. We were talking about that earlier. That's kind of been the theme tonight, is like, there's no surefire method to social media success. I won't even say YouTube success, because it's probably like Twitter and stuff is the same thing. Although if chat keeps breaking on YouTube, that's gonna be... What do you mean? I don't think I've seen it do anything. Do you mean like I've seen it do that thing where the chat window just stops updating, but I've only seen that happen like 3 times. I think YouTube's biggest issue is that they want everything to be automatic. They want everything to be automated, and I think that's their biggest downfall. With what you said about, like, auto-hiding comments. It's like, yeah, sometimes they do that because they're constantly tweaking the algorithm, trying to make it perfect, because they don't realize that we don't fucking want it to do that, and that they don't need to put that much effort into it. I forgot I was gonna add Steve to my blacklist. So it automatically banned comments that said Steve. I don't have to do that. Thought it would be funny to have for like a week or two, though. Honestly, I kind of came to, without going into conversation about it too much, because I honestly don't want to fucking talk about it, I kind of came to terms with it, like, a little bit this morning when I was watching the presentation. I think what made it such an upsetting reveal for me is that I was really on the fence of, like, I wanted my interest in Smash Brothers to be rekindled. Like, I really wanted it to be the one that made me say, this makes me want to play Smash Brothers again, and it was 100% not that. So, like, I think that's what made it so upsetting. YouTube may consider you to be a bot, and if that happens, any channel you're not a moderator for, 95% of what you say is auto-hidden. Huh. Guy had that issue with Casey Latios' channel, where he couldn't say anything in his channel. That makes sense, that that's what is happening, is that they think you're a bot. It's had that issue before with, like, likes disappearing. I've had that happen, where, like... And I think it's due to my own doing, but, like, I lurk so much that they just think I'm a fake like. So then they just started taking them away. Yeah, they just need to back off from... Not everything needs to be automated. I think that is easily their downfall, is they're so obsessed with that that they don't see anything. They see problems and they think, we gotta automate YouTube so that this isn't a problem. It's like, no, that's not... Okay, have the options of automation, sure. Some people like it. Some people, especially very large channels, I'm sure they're like, hey, I don't have to worry about this shit. That's fantastic. I get it. Have the option. But it should be that. It should be an option. It shouldn't be something that we're forced into. So, smaller channels aren't gonna mind not having that automation. A lot of the time, even some bigger channels might not want the automation either. They might be like, no, I want full control of this. Don't arbitrarily decide that my viewers can't talk about fried chicken. I love fried chicken. If I have a problem with it, I'll ban it. That's why the blacklists exists. It's so dumb. Streamlabs was auto-hidden until you made them a mod? That doesn't make sense, though. Because you have to set your own account for that. I don't know. And maybe I don't get it. Maybe I don't get it because I'm not, like... I'm not a big enough fish. But, like, from their perspective, maybe it makes more sense. But it constantly seems like they're trying to fix things that, like, aren't actually bothering anyone. Maybe they are. Maybe the big channels are actually, like, infuriated by some of this stuff. Maybe it actually is priority. YouTube is the Matrix, let's put it that way. Like, they're putting way too much faith in machines. Honestly, it seems like YouTube needs a new person in charge or something. Like, it needs a change of leadership, I think. I think whoever's in charge right now is completely detached from reality and has no idea how to make the platform great. They need a Phil Spencer to be put in there. They need someone who, like, can take a look at it and be like, I understand, and is more in touch with, like, the community and understands what people want. Yeah, joking aside, that's, like, accurate. Like, I think that's what they need. I think they need a change in leadership. I have a feeling... Now, this is all talking out of my ass, because I have no idea. But I have a feeling whoever's in charge of YouTube is, like, some old curmudgeon who has no fucking idea what they're doing. It's probably some dude that's in his 70s that has doesn't even know what YouTube is. Just used the word curmudgeon in a sentence. I don't think I've ever done that before. Reminds me of when Verizon bought Tumblr, and they were, like, completely fucking clueless. Was it Verizon? I can't fucking remember. It was bad news, though. Yeah, I don't really understand people that freak out about advertisers collecting your data. I think people get really tinfoil hat paranoia about privacy with shit like that. Like, people see, oh, you're collecting my data, you have my social security number now. And it's like, that's not what they're collecting. Like, that's not how it works. Though to be fair, even if you sit down and try to read about it, none of it makes any sense. When I set up my new computer, when I was setting up Windows, and I was going through all the privacy settings, it took me like 2 hours to read all that shit and actually understand what the fuck it was asking of me. And I couldn't figure out if, like, what I wanted to keep turned on and what I didn't want to keep turned on. And I think that's by design. They don't want it to be easy to understand because they want people to get upset and just say, just leave it on. That's fine. And I've seen a lot of people do stuff like that, where they just start mashing on yes because they're like, just let me use my fucking computer. It's the mainstream version of mashing A through tutorials, then complaining that you don't know what you're doing. It's like the real-life version of skipping tutorials. Does that make her a good CEO, though? That's where you're losing me. But yeah, I feel like the CEO of a company like that should probably be somebody, like, much younger. Like, younger than me, even. Like, early 30s, late 20s. They should really be more connected with social media in general. Because I'm not going to say 52 is old, but I'll also say, me personally, as someone who's about to be 35... I don't fucking understand social media, so am I the one that should be in charge of it? Fuck no. Who knows? Maybe she knows everything about social media. Maybe she's perfect. I don't fucking know. Hey Caleb, how's it going? That's a valid point, Mike. Yeah, would someone younger that is connected to the platform know how to run a business? And sure, YouTube is successful. It's not like they're struggling. But I also am the type of person that looks at platforms like this and thinks this could be even better if they actually tried. But for whatever reason, trying is just, like, not worth it to them. Sometimes you make a passion project, and other times you put Minecraft and Smash Brothers because it's fucking easy and it'll make you money. I love how multiple times in that presentation Sakurai implied that the programmers were the only ones that had to put effort into making that character. Multiple times. He said very passive-aggressive things that were basically like the programmers were the only ones that had to put work in on this. It's so stupid. And yeah, they listen to content creators, but they typically only listen to the big ones. And the big ones are already living in a vacuum. They already look at things from their perspective. They don't look at things from the perspective of the little guy. And honestly, I think some of the problem... I used to strongly disagree with this, but now I completely agree. I think getting rid of YouTube game... I think giving up on YouTube gaming was a bad idea. Because that is something to keep in mind. They have to look at things from the perspective of people more than just game streamers. We're not the only creators on the platform, right? So that's the other thing. They might be listening to content creators, but they might not be listening to people who stream games. And yeah, Kayla, it was mostly a nice week off. I both got a lot done, but also didn't get as much done as I wanted to. So it was mostly K. I think the best things to come of it is it allowed me to clear my mind and think about, like, just the schedule moving forward, which is something that I needed to figure out. And I needed to be able to slow down and just think about it for a little bit. And, and I finally got an animated intro done for video content. That's probably, like, the best that came from this week. And I think YouTube Gaming was them trying to make streaming a business model, but then they just realized it would never compete with Twitch with the low amount of effort they were willing to put into it. But yeah, I think streams were supplementary. That wasn't meant to be. I don't think... I could be wrong on this, but out of, like, the biggest, like, content creators on the platform, I doubt there are many who only stream. Most of them probably use streaming supplementary. Erratica, thanks for the subscription, by the way. Wherever you may be, welcome to the stream if you are here. From what I understand, the big issue with Twitch is that exposure is, like, impossible. Like, getting discovered is, like, borderline impossible. Which is why I acknowledge the fact that it's not as simple as just... Twitch is better, let's move to Twitch, because if I do that, I'm probably gonna have 2 people watching. Like, at all times. Now, do I think networking would be a little bit easier with, like, properly built-in raids and such? Potentially, yes. Program to search for cleavage. I mentioned, not last week, 2 weeks ago, I think. I mentioned that, for some reason, like, 90% of the time when I go to Twitch's front page, the first recommended stream is somebody creating music. Which is, like, that's super cool, don't get me wrong, but it's also, like, why is this featured? That makes me think that's the only way to get noticed on Twitch, is to do something other than play video games. Is this the first character we've drawn that has an actual ear? Roll does. I don't know if we drew it, though. We did, kind of. A little bit. See, I haven't had that issue. Oddly. Because of your own past streams? What do you mean? Were you flaunting your cleavage on stream? Have you streamed on Twitch? I have a lot of questions right now. Yeah, it's music. If there's an esports event going on, that'll be the top recommended. If there's a charity marathon going on, that'll be recommended. Like, I feel like you can't just go there and be a gamer and get noticed. Which, hey, maybe that's how it should be. Like, it encourages people to stand out, right? Because otherwise, it would just be play Fortnite and you're good to go, and that would be shitty. So, maybe encouraging people to do something different to stand out is a good thing. Oh, I think I follow. Then why do I only get music streams? You think I would at least get art streams on that note? Unless algorithms think they're the same thing. Yeah, I've only recently... Well, I guess I've been doing art streams for like a month and a half already. Two years, right? What? I'm gonna rough this one out. I think it's time to turn the heat on. It's getting cold in here. How cold out is it tonight? 43. Wow, it's not even that late yet. Addicted to Astroneer. I played that like a couple months ago when jeez, it might be a year ago already. The one time I got Game Pass, I checked that out like completely randomly, and I thought it was pretty cool. I never got very far in it, though. Oh, you were gonna try and speedrun after your shift? Not Mario Party. I hope. By the way, shoutouts to JMT for doubling up on his Emerald ship this month. It happened off stream, so I wanted to wait until I was on stream to put a thank you out there. I mentioned it a couple weeks ago, and this is a question to basically anybody. Should I just create a membership tier that's... I think the highest tier is $10, right? Should I just create a $20 one? Would that be useful to anybody, or... I think JMT is the only one that's used 2 accounts to do 2 tens. Is it 6 to one, half dozen to another? In that case, it's kind of either way. I mean, I guess it couldn't hurt to create it just so it's there. You never know who might be feeling generous, right? I think I just feel bad doing it because even the existing tiers don't really have any perks of any kind. So I kind of feel like I gotta come up with perks for everything else first before I add an even bigger one that doesn't have any perks. That was the big reason why I stopped at 10, because even with 10 I was like, I don't have any perks to add to this. Though if/when I start doing video content, I can at least do early access. I can add that. Not the $20, just to add it in general. Oops. Might be time that I look at some other channels to see what their member perks entail. It's been a while since I've done that. Mostly because even the channels I have sponsored in that way, I don't care about the perks personally. And I have a feeling a lot of people would probably tell me that, is that they don't care about the perks anyway. It's just honestly how I'd prefer it. I'd prefer people just want to show support, and not have to bribe them into doing it. Wow, why is auto-smoothing just giving me the finger here? It's confused because I haven't had to do eye highlights for, like, anyone. Hello? You know what, that's probably good enough. His eyebrows aren't white, that's wrong. Oh my god, what a twist, he has blue eyes. Who would have thought? Isn't it kind of weird that his eyebrows are black? Lighter than that. Wait a second. Did I just forget? I just forgot to do that one. Okay. That's fixable. Oh yeah, I have to come up with like a logo to put down there too. Wow, did that really take 2.5 hours? Damn, that one took a while. Okay. Which means we should probably take a short break. Okay. Yeah, real short break. I won't be too long. I just want to grab a drink. I want to close the room up so I can lock the heat in and take the chill off a little bit. It's getting pretty cold in here. Well. I think I know what we're gonna do for Wiley's pose. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll continue. Like I said, I won't be long. I just want to grab a drink and such. So, stay tuned. I'll be right back. Alright, this might be tricky. Because I'm thinking ahead here. This is important, especially with characters like Mega Man and Wily, where we're going to have to draw them more than once. I was going to go for a pretty stereotypical hands outstretched in a maniacal laugh kind of pose. I think I'm going to reserve that for Mega Man 2. Because that's like Dr. Wily's Revenge, or whatever the fuck it's called. Dr. Wily Strikes. I forget what the subtitles for all the games are. So I think that's going to be more fitting for Mega Man 2. We want something a little bit more confident, I think. Hey guy, how's it going? Good timing. We just got back. Alright, we're still gonna put him like up here. Oh, you're getting over like cold. That's good that it didn't last long though. Do you think it was just like a sinus attack or something maybe? Maybe I do just want to go full tilt maniacal laugh here. I don't know. But then what are we gonna... Oh, you know what? We don't have to include him in Mega Man 2. We could just do the alien instead. Hold on. That is an idea. I think we're on to something here. Yup. Also, hey Raiders, how's it going? Where's my button? Press the... There we go. Button. I really gotta get that command fixed. I'm being so lazy about it. I gotta poke Twain about it, actually, because I forget what the app was. It's a plugin for chatbot that makes it work, or a plugin for OBS or something. I forget. And I forget what it's called, so I don't even know where to find it. Twain uses it too, so I'm gonna have to ask him how to do it. Let me see. Neo, Beowulf, and Wally, and Antonio, and Miju, and Boax, and Tedric, and Knife Bee, and Dark Sushi, and Lightgazer, kind of, and Zalinmo, and View, of course. How you doing? How was your stream tonight? You were checking out Mario 35, right? How did your the morning one, the rest of the morning one go to of the game that I'm totally blanking and forgetting the name of, Captain Anime Soccer. Tsubasa? Is that it? Wow. It completely escaped my mind. I can't remember what it was. It is Tsubasa, okay. The third campaign, it's cool, but there's a lot of dialogue. Lightning, thanks for coming along the raid as well. It was only like 30 seconds late. I don't count that as late. You're good. All right, so we just did Dr. Light and edited him tonight. Actually, want to move him a little bit further back here, I think. And I was in the process of deciding what to do with Dr. Wily, who is basically the last character I want to add. I'm going to add a couple other enemies floating about, but he's kind of like the last main character I want to add. I wanted to go like full tilt maniacal laugh pose. And then I was like, well, we're going to have to draw him again if we do one of these for Mega Man 2, right? So maybe we should reserve it for that, because Mega Man 2 is like Dr. Wily's Revenge, or whatever they call it. It's not Dr. Wily's Revenge, that's the name of the Game Boy game. Hook me up here, Mega Man knowledge base. The Mystery of Dr. Wily. Why is it The Mystery of Dr. Wily? That's a terrible subtitle. Alright, never mind. But anyway, I'm just gonna draw him as an alien for Mega Man 2. I think that works better. So I think we're still gonna go hashtag maniacal laugh. I think that's the way. These have been interesting because I don't think I've ever drawn Dr. Light before. I don't think I've ever drawn Dr. Wily either, so. And yeah, I was surprised at how fun Mario 35 was, honestly. I think I already talked to you about this. After about an hour, I remember why I hate Super Mario Bros. 1, but it's still a really fun concept. It's really interesting. I hope they try it with other games, for sure, because, like, it makes me want to play Tetris 99, but it's also way less intense than Tetris 99 is, which is kind of nice. You don't have to be so much of a tryhard. Sometimes I'm not in the mood to be that much of a tryhard. Oh, I don't love that. And yeah, for context, we've been working on this. This is day 6. We've been working on this for a while now, and yeah, we're getting close to the end. Ordinarily, I would have done this tomorrow. That's usually the art stream days. So I had to put it today, though, because I was just eager to get back to work on it. Did you get any wins in Mario? And Guy, you said you played Silent Hill 2 earlier, beat your last run by 2 hours, which was interesting since I played the game a year. The guy I've been watching on Twitch a lot lately is like a big Silent Hill speedrunner, and that's like what he's really been working on lately. So I'm like actually kind of familiar with those games now. Didn't they just add Silent Hill 4 to Good Old Games or something? So I think people are hoping that they're going to add the others too eventually. This is pretty good timing for you guys to come in, too, because if you want to see, like, the full process, We're just starting on a new one. Oh, they wear the same kind of shoes. Look at that. Oh, you did get one win? I got like 4 second places, but I haven't secured a win yet. Silent Hill 4, you think is the worst in terms of story and game control? I don't remember. The guy I've been watching, I don't remember how he feels about Silent Hill 4. I don't think he hates it, though. I know Downpour is the one he really doesn't like. And then he thinks the HD collection is, like, a travesty. That's about it. Yeah, I just keep thinking now, like, what if they did this Mario 35 thing with, like, Zelda or something? That would be sick. Oh, view in regards to, Genshin Impact. I'm waiting because the PS4 version doesn't have cross-save with the other versions. So I don't want to put in too much time just for them to put it on Switch and be like, oh yeah, there's no cross-save, you gotta start over. I mean, yeah, I could just play it on PS4 instead, or on PC, because this PC can probably handle it just fine. Well, I probably won't play on PS4 because of lack of cross-save. Unless they said that they intend on adding it eventually. I haven't researched it that much yet, to be fair. Alright, let me see. That's a good reference. That's a good reference, I think. That would be good if it was higher resolution. definitely want to use his classic design. I don't want to use, like, his Mega Man 11 design or anything like that. I think we're gonna combine these two together. Yeah, I mean, like, it could go either way. The Switch version might not have crossplay. They might add crossplay to PS4. The PC version might be garbage. The Switch version could be garbage. What it comes down to is I'm in no rush to check it out, really. If I was super eager to check it out, I would just do it. But I'm like, I got other stuff to do. It's fine. I can wait. I have heard pretty good things about it so far, though. I think that'll do. Size. Size looks about right, right? I think he's about the same height as Light. Just scrawny. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, playing it on console's probably ideal. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not eager enough that I'm willing to just wait. See how long a Switch version's even gonna take. If Switch version's gonna be out by the end of the year, then it's like, that's fine, I can just wait for that. We were talking way back at the beginning of the stream. I might not even have time to do any Halloween stuff this month. I have so much other stuff I want to do. And honestly, I kind of feel like I should just leave the, like, spooky stuff to the people that, like, actually like horror games and are going to be having a blast with it. It's like, yeah, let's just let them do their thing. They'll be better at it than I will. Unless there's something that I, like, really, really, really want to play, which there kind of isn't. Have you tried it yet, View, or are you just scoping it out? I can't remember if you said if you played it yet or not. Is it like a multiplayer game? Like, do you think it has stream potential, or? Also, if you have post-stream munchies that you have to address, don't worry about it. We'll be here. I understand. A lot of single player, and then the end game is multi. It's kind of like Avengers-y. Oh, it's not. By the way, for anyone curious, this is the Sonic Mania soundtrack we're listening to. For those that may have played Sonic Mania and wondering what the hell stage this is the Act 1 of Mirage Saloon that Knuckles plays through. So if you never played it as Knuckles, that might be why you don't recognize it. Do you have anything planned for October, like Halloween stuff yet, View? I think you did a poll for it the other day, didn't you? Oh, shit. We're gonna fix that now. I forgot to add the pockets to Light's coat. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. It's just, you know, a detail I meant to add and then I forgot about it. Oh, mostly because the reference I was using didn't have any pockets. How dare you? Actually, his classic design... It seems weird, though, because Wily's doesn't need... We're gonna leave the pockets off, because in the Mega Man 1 design, they don't have pockets yet. We're gonna have a little bit of authenticity there. Never mind. You had been meaning to replay Resident Evil 4 for a while too, right? They're making a new Fable, aren't they? How many Fables have there been? 3? I think. 4? Oh, the Switch version doesn't have gyro? That kind of sucks. I need to play it someday. I do have it on PC already, so... So there's 3, like, canonical titles. Or story arcs. It's one of those things that I don't know anything about. I've just known a lot of people that have been, like, really into it over the years. It was like... It was one of the first titles that did the whole we give you choices and your choices matter kind of thing, right? And in a meaningful way, not in a haha, gotcha, Mass Effect kind of way. Well, it also came out when? Like, 15 years ago? So it's probably only so much they were capable of doing at the time. They probably did the best they could do. Is there a PC version? Oh, the remastered is on PC. Which probably means it's on Game Pass. Might have to, maybe investigate that on a rainy day someday. So, you would think his shirt would have buttons, right? I guess it doesn't necessarily have to. In almost all of the artwork, it doesn't have buttons on it. But in a lot of the artwork, his tie is covering it up. Oop, not in that one. Nope, there's no buttons. Okay. It's fine. Essentially medieval GTA with less edge and more humor. It's an interesting way of putting it. So it's respectable, is what you're telling me. I don't really have much respect for Grand Theft Auto anymore. Ever since I saw them try to speedrun Grand Theft Auto at GDQ and watch them, like, try to unironically talk about shooting hookers at a charity event, I was like, okay. That's enough. Yeah, the originals really weren't that bad. They were violent, but that was about it. I think it was like... I want to say it was like San Andreas or something that they ran at GDQ. And I was like, this is really cringy. I mean, you know me, I'm not super family-friendly guy or anything but like that, but I was still like... Can't believe they're showing this at a charity event. At least it was late night. It was at like 3 o'clock in the morning, so they kind of buried it at least, but I was still like, whoa, dude. I've been wondering where Volpe has been. I was lurking in a chat a couple nights ago that I figured he would be there, and he wasn't there either. And I was like, huh, hope everything's okay. I like the subtle differences between these characters, where, like, Wily's clothes are all, like, wrinkled, but Light's aren't. What, did the drowning music play? I wasn't even paying attention. Hey Jags, how's it going? Doing it at this angle might be a little trickier than I anticipated. Is there any sort of method to the madness that is his mustache? It doesn't look like it. Looks like just chaos. Ain't gonna lie, this is turning out much better than I expected it to. It's always a nice feeling. His mouth might need to be wider, though. Not wider. I guess that's the right term. That makes it sound like I mean horizontally, though. I mean vertically. You think it's relaxing to watch? I figure it's either relaxing or boring, depending on the person. But I figure if it's at least not immediately captivating, it's probably interesting to lurk to, because every time, if you look up once every, like, 10 minutes, it's like, whoa, look how much progress has been done. Your hands are too mad nowadays. Some days I'll have, like, they're really shaky, which is kind of unfortunate. Fortunately, working digital, like, helps alleviate quite a bit of that. Are you off tonight, Jags? Or have you just not started yet? I haven't been able to stop in quite some time, sadly. Never realized he has one hell of a jawline. Like, holy shit. Just wandering around tonight. Yeah, sometimes that's what you gotta do. Hey Riley, again, welcome back. I think I might change this hand, but overall feeling pretty good about where this is. My god, I turned the heat up a notch, and now it's way too hot in here. I just can't get the perfect setting for it. Ooh. I see something I forgot. This doesn't really matter, but for the sake of readability. completely love that either, to be honest. But I think I like it more, at least. I could always switch this hand back to a fist as well, and that might look better. I think we might stick with that, though. Yeah, contrary to popular belief, this is not Dr. Wily. This is Dr. Wily. Obviously. I mean, I shouldn't even have to tell you that. Like, come on. You know, I think my favorite one is there's a line where, like, I think he almost mistakenly calls him Rockman instead of Mega Man, and then he corrects himself, and they didn't bother to have the actor re-record the line. It's just in the game. That's, like, probably my favorite one, because that really shows that they just didn't care. Like, I can get not wanting to recast. I get that. But that one is like, we have to hurry, Mega Man. Like, that's an actual line in the game. That one cracks me up. I actually don't remember that line. It's been a while since I've played 2006. Is that a thing? Oh my god. The funniest thing about 2006 to me is that apparently they fixed a lot of the game's issues, but they sold the fix as DLC. You couldn't get the patch unless you bought the DLC. Like, I think it came with other stuff too. It wasn't just the update, but that was the only way to get the patch that, like, made the game more functional. was to buy the DLC. Some things are like, some things are funny, and then you look into them and it gets funnier. it just gets better. Whew. Oh, it didn't fix anything? I heard that it did. I heard that the DLC actually did fix a few things. It didn't necessarily fix everything, but it fixed a few things. Alright, there's one other thing I want to change really quick. If I can find an appropriate reference to find out what I'm dealing with here. I'm gonna leave it. And this artwork, his belt buckle looks a little rounder. I think I'm just gonna leave. In most other artworks, it's like, I think it's supposed to be square, so we're just gonna leave that the way it is. Is that what happened? I remember hearing that, like, they put out a demo that was way more functional than the final version of the game. So that sounds That's believable. Sega did some questionable things in that era, I'm not gonna lie. There was that story that the Game Grumps unearthed recently about Sonic Heroes. About how it was the same, like what you're saying right now, is that Sega basically said if it's not a game-breaking bug, we don't want to hear about it. They can make a good game, but Sega doesn't let them. They always, like, make them rush it out. It always releases before it's actually done. It's believable. Because they're capable of doing something that some people like, honestly. So it's like, there's clearly something there. They're not just a bad game developer. But then, yeah, Sega pulls arbitrary stuff like, put classic Sonic in the game. And then everything falls apart. When did Yuji Naka leave? That was a long time ago, wasn't it? It's kind of amazing, too, because honestly, Sonic Team are, like, kind of slow developers. Like, it takes them a long time to make a game. Oh, 06 is what was the last straw. That's believable. Yes, especially if they did something like that. Which, to be fair, wasn't Sony or Microsoft pressuring Sega to release the game faster? So that wasn't completely on Sega. I mean, Sega could have just said, fuck you. No. So, like, that's on them. But, you know. Did they around the time of 2006? Did they have enough money? Now they do. I heard somebody say, what if Microsoft buys Sega next? And I was like, Sega's never gonna fucking sell to Microsoft. That would be stupid. Like, they're doing perfectly fine where they are. And they've admitted in the past that most of their brands do very well on Nintendo platforms. So why would they sell to Sega? Or sell to Microsoft? It just wouldn't make any sense. For them, it makes sense for Microsoft, but... That, and, you know, they got Persona doing very well on Sony. Like, why would they? They'd never sell. On that note, why would Microsoft want them? Because what was the last like great Sega game on Microsoft? It did not come out what I expected it to at all. Yeah, I'd say they're both successful in their own ways. In very different ways, at that. Like I said, Sega's in a very good place these days. By the way, View, if you're still... it looks like you're lurking. Did you see the teaser for the Monster Hunter movie? I really want to see more. Yeah, Nintendo's, like, has more money than they know what to do with. Like, yeah, they could live through, like, 5 more Wii U's, basically. Probably more than that. Especially if they kept making the Switch alongside whatever they were going to do to just continue making them money. That's what they did in the Wii U era, is they just were like, oh, well, the 3DS is making us money, so it's whatever. Sega, on the other hand, is doing the same thing Square Enix is doing, to be fair, where they just keep buying other companies, other developers. That way Sonic Team can take as long as they need to make a Sonic game, because they can just live on Persona 5 money. These little details fucking kill me sometimes. Yeah, it's funny because, like, Sony used to be, like, on top of the world, and now I feel like that really is kind of all they have is PlayStation. Because they used to make all sorts of appliances and stuff, didn't they? And I don't think they do anymore. If anything, of the three, they might be the most fragile these days. Yeah, Apple's weird. And somehow, like, it works. They successfully make money doing it. Like, people fall for it. It's kind of peculiar. Stephen Bill. That's not a guy. That's... I mean, sure it is somewhere, but... Is that what went wrong with Apple? Like, is that what happened? Is, like, he passed and someone else took over and ruined it? Or was it already on that path? People credit him with being, like, a fucking genius, right? So it's weird to see Apple being not genius. On one hand, they are making buttloads of money, so maybe it is genius. Just because the products aren't smart doesn't mean the business isn't, right? Okay, thanks Adobe. I've been trying to tell myself that, Mike, not only is it just a character, it's a character in a roster of 80 plus. Like, is it really that big of a deal? I'm still not going to play the fucking game until they add a character I actually give a shit about, but... Cool, Adobe. Good looking out. Sucks to see that, I thought... suspected McAfee was causing that to happen, and that is now uninstalled, so now I know it's not that. Which sucks because it's still happening, but what can you do? Was believed that advanced tech should be available for the average consumer and not gated behind a massive learning curve like IBM PCs and such. Yeah, and that's kind of the appeal of most Apple products, right? Is they're supposed to be, like, easy to use. You don't, they're no fuss. I remember, like, 10, 15, 20 years ago, it might still be the case now, but that used to be the go-to for, like, if you wanted an art computer, you wanted a Mac, because it would just be no fuss. I don't know if that's still the case. I've always wanted computers for multiple things, so I've never considered... Oh, hey, let's get a Mac. If I had the money to just buy computers for the shit of it, then maybe I'd consider a Mac. Oh yeah, I always thought the headphone thing was, like, not that crazy, because I was like, it's a phone. Like... I don't know, I get a phone and I'm like, can it make calls? Okay, good. We're fine. So when people were like, there's no headphone jack, I was like, I've never plugged headphones into my phone ever. Ever. So, who cares? Now, not charging their phone, that was like, they sold it without a charger or something like that, right? That's kind of bonkers. That's a little bit more like, wait, what? Headphones to me was like... That's like bitching that your Switch doesn't come with a GameCube controller. Like, you're not buying a Switch to play GameCube games, so what the fuck would you need that for? You know what I mean? Now you might say, well, I want to play Smash Brothers on my Switch and I want to use a GameCube controller. That's fine, but you have to acknowledge the fact that not the average consumer wants to do that. Now, due to the fucking backlash of not having a headphone jack, that tells me the average user of phones actually don't buy phones to use them as phones. They use them they buy them as music players. Okay, then yeah, their marketing needs to change there. They can't remove something like that if it's something... That tells me they didn't do their research. Either that or the minority was upset about it and they were very, 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 very vocal, which is usually the case. Minority noise tends to be louder to make it seem like they're not the minority. He has a butt chin. And now no one can unsee that. You're welcome. And Mike, you're welcome for me pointing it out so that you didn't have to point it out. That's also true, Mike, yeah. Yeah, it could be multiple people making noise over one thing. That's definitely a thing. Or, one person pretending to be multiple people to make noise about one thing. More accurately. No better example of that than review bombs. Like, we've seen that becoming a trend in recent years, where if people aren't happy, if someone's not happy with something, they're like, I'm just gonna make 53 accounts and review bomb it on, Rotten Tomatoes, because fuck you. What people don't seem to realize is that when they do that, we can usually tell. And companies usually do more research than just looking at their Rotten Tomatoes ratings. And saying, gee, people review bombed Metroid Prime Federation Force. Maybe we made a mistake. Like, no, they usually ask a broader audience than that because they know that something's up. Not only that, but they usually check this shit in advance before they make a commitment. Why put the money into something if people are going to be upset about it anyway? You know, they want to have a semi-reliable idea that it's a good idea. Oh yeah, Mike, some people just fucking do it just to do it. Actually, I kind of remember that. I don't remember what stream it was in, but I remember you pointing out that somebody did it. As somebody who played World of Warcraft a lot, people did it a lot there. Like, not only pretending to be multiple people, but accusing people of pretending to be multiple people. Oh, it was a streamer that did it? What the fuck, dude? I've piled up evidence of people using multiple, like, pretending to be multiple people before, and I still don't call them out like that. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, I've definitely had it happen before, like, a long time ago, there was a viewer that came to a lot of our streams, and they used multiple accounts just to fuck around and troll. And we were piling up the evidence and being like, oh yeah, this is all the same guy, but we still didn't, like, fucking say anything like that. That's weird. You can 100% use multiple accounts. That seems incredibly naive to even say that you can't. You don't even have to use multiple devices. It's stupid easy. I've done it before. Not to troll, before anyone takes that out of context, for funsies. I did it once when Twain was speedrunning Mega Man 3, and I switched. I was on my own account and I was on Doc Robot at the same time. Like, it's stupid easy to do. Sure you can, like Azo use incognito. Or just set up a different profile on your browser. I shouldn't be saying this is giving trolls ideas, but you could absolutely do it. Yeah, I think I remember you pointing it out, Mike, and, like, even at the time I was like, that's ridiculous, because you two have different speech patterns. Yeah, there's not an offset in your posts. That's usually the dead giveaway. Those are usually the two dead giveaways to me. Similar speech patterns, and there's, like, a minute, like a 30 to 60 second delay between the two people saying something. You can tell that they're switching accounts to do it. Like I said, it's way more obvious than people probably think it is. And you know what? It's low-key insulting that they think we're that stupid to not notice. Like, that's what happened with the previous one. Like, and I haven't seen that viewer around in a really long time, but that's what happened with that one, where I eventually reached a point where I was like, I'm pissed that they think I'm too stupid to know to be onto them. Like, I'm offended. And yeah, like I'm technically logged into this account and Doc Robot right now, and using both of them. These are both on the same account. Like, it's like, that's something well, any streamer that uses chatbot does it. Their justification was she talks like a guy thinks women talk. The fuck's that supposed to mean? I would have been offended for her. I would have been like, excuse me? Yeah, it's dumb. I low-key want to know who it is, but I don't expect you to call them out in chat. I would know if someone's using multiple accounts. We know. We know. Like I said, there's evidence. You can tell. Sometimes the one person will completely disappear from chat. And in that case, I think they usually don't think they're actually fooling anyone. I think they're just being playful. Like, sometimes you'll see that happen, where, like, one person will completely disappear, and then someone else will show up, and then that person will leave, and then the first person comes back, and they're like, oh man, I had to step away for a second, sorry, so what's been going on over here? Again, I think they're typically being playful, so it's kind of whatever. Like I said, the big things to me are similar speech patterns. You can see the timing between their posts. Like, you can kind of time it out in your head and be like, okay, I can see that they have to switch accounts before they make every post. Sometimes similar subject matter. Like, sometimes they'll comment on the same things in the same ways. It's obvious. It's obvious. We pick up on it. I'll leave it at that. If anyone thinks they're fooling us, they're probably not fooling us. And if they are fooling us, then they're probably not trying to fool us, if that makes any sense. Like, if they're successfully fooling us, they're probably not doing anything malicious that's calling enough attention to themselves for us to actually figure it out. Because typically, as long as no one's being annoying about it, then we're not even going to question it. And yeah, Mike, she's been here a couple times. It was Phoenix something, or something Phoenix. I don't remember what it was. It was a while ago. And yeah, that makes sense that you'd stop going. Because I probably would have, too. That's ridiculous. Especially if you moderated for them, because you kind of... Aren't you kind of like... I thought we were like... I thought we were kind of like buddies, to some extent. Now, granted, maybe you didn't ask to be mod. Maybe they just gave it. I vaguely remember that one, like Gazer. I will strongly disagree. She knew. She absolutely knew, because I remember her telling me about it. Unless you just mean it took her a while to notice. That's ridiculous, Mike. Does he think your whole family's fabricated? Your kids have been on stream before. Like, I've seen them. Unless I'm supposed to believe they were the neighbor kids, and you were just setting me up. Which is some extreme tinfoil hat paranoia. Or was it that he believed you had a wife, he just didn't believe she was the one in chat? Yikes, Mike. Yikes, Mike. Oh boy, people are wild. It is both a blessing and a curse that the internet gives us access to such magic. Sometimes I don't want it. Other times, I'm not gonna lie, it makes me feel better about myself. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Whoops. That line was okay. Let's not get rid of that one. I don't know why this is taking so long. These two have just taken all night. I'm not sure why. I guess there is a little bit more detail involved. Yeah, you're not wrong, like Azer. That sort of pacing isn't really that crazy. Hey Raiders, how's it going? Oh. Slidex and Mothbot and KC, how you doing? Where's my button? There it is. On that note, I gotta do something super quick before I forget again. Bum 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 bum. The hell is it? Man, after a week off, I can't find, like, any of my files for anything. There we go. Do this, and I'll do that. Okay, I'll do that before I forget about it. What were you up to tonight, Casey? I want to say it was Smash, but I think you were playing Smash yesterday. Thanks for bringing the raid over. And thank you everyone for coming along, by the way. You're raging in Kaizo Mario. Was that the 3D one again, or was this a different one? Probably a different one, if I had to guess, because I think you said the 3D one you were doing as video content, not as a stream. I guess I should do this really quick. For those that are new, this is what we're working on. We're basically, at this point, Wily's basically the only one we have left to do. I want to drop like a couple like enemies in here too, but it's like the last major character we have to do. Oh, you were planning on streaming something else, but then that wound up falling apart. And for some reason, this one's just taking forever, and I'm not really sure why. I blame the fact that I don't think I've ever drawn Wily before, so... And human Mega Man characters tend to be a little bit more high on detail. What are you going on about, Sarah? First of all, asking for the name of that account again is pretty disrespectful, considering he said no, and I already said something about how he probably wasn't going to call out anyone. Because I think Mike knows better than to do something like that. I don't know what it escalated into after that. Hey, Tornado Man, how's it going? Oh yeah, that's a little yikes. Unless you had your email posted in your YouTube channel, that opens up a lot of questions of how you even got the email. Take it easy, Casey. Thanks for stopping in for a little bit and bringing the raid over, as always. Lily, how's it going? Oh, Light Gazer. Was that the one you were talking about that had the account problem? I didn't put it together since I always call her Lily. So I didn't realize that's who you were talking about. Are you still having problems with that? I know you mentioned trying to get it worked out. This is your new one. Yeah, I know that you mentioned you were trying to get everything copied over. Oops. Oh, is it happening here now, too? What the hell? Well, you know it's not anything I did. And yeah, Sarah, it sounds like you stepped way out of line, and unless he just had it posted on his YouTube's about page, and it was just publicly accessible. So that's one. Two, Riley, I think it was pretty clear that we weren't going to talk about it any further. So why would you even bring it up in chat to a person that you're probably sitting right across the couch from, and could just ask her about it personally? That seems basically timeout worthy, because that's very instigate. Like, that's, you're trying to instigate there. Like, why would you do that? Lily, yeah, that one seems to be working okay. So you remade the account, and it's still having the same issue? That's really weird. Yeah, I'm understanding what you were saying now, like, Azer, about YouTube chat being wonky. Like I mentioned, with KC that was just here, that happens with, Guy. When Guy tries to go to KC's stream, he can't talk in chat. Yeah, that's problematic. Sarah, if it's so personal, you should really stop talking about it. You love to do that. You love to talk about it, and it just invites people to ask you questions about it. And then you also say you don't want to talk about it because it's personal. Stop bringing it up if it's so personal and it makes you uncomfortable. It's kind of simple. Whoa! I can pin messages now? No shit. When did I unlock that? Sorry, I didn't know I could do that. Yeah, that's a problem. Every now and then you hear someone who's like, oh, I talked to YouTube about it, and I'm like, you're full of shit, because how? How did you contact YouTube personally? Because everybody else tries to contact YouTube personally, and they're just like, you can't. They want everything to be automated, so whenever someone says, like, how do you even do that? I don't know how to contact them directly. Some people say you can, but I don't believe it. It's not a new feature. It's been rolling out for like a couple months now. It's one of those things where they just roll it out to channels in bursts. They don't just give it to everybody. They're like, oh, we'll give it to you like when we feel like it. So I didn't know that I had it yet. I knew it was a thing. I didn't know I could personally do it. So that's neat. The first time I saw it was Snap Clickcat. One of her chats, she had like, I think it was a Smash thing? I don't know, did she do Smash? She had like a room code pinned or something like that, which is a really good idea. Tiny details are just fucking killing me. And Tornado Man, you asked about quick tips for drawing complex hand shapes. Oh man, I don't even know. Like, it's something I've been working on for quite some time. Like, it's just something I've been practicing for. Sarah, why do you gotta be creepy about it? Do you think that's, like, funny? I feel like you know that that's not okay, and yet you do it anyway. Like, do you think it's making people laugh, or... And yeah, Mike, it's really handy for... not even just description, but like just if there's something that you need, just information that you need to put at the top of the chat in that particular stream. Like your PSN account or something like that, like if you're playing a multiplayer thing. You probably shouldn't blame Twain either, because that paints him in a very bad light, and like, I don't think... that makes it sound like Twain is creepy, and that made you think it was okay to be like... and he's not creepy. Like, that's not okay. You've seen people with as low as 150 subs get it? I don't even know when I got it. Like, who knows? I could have had it for months and just never noticed. The only reason I noticed was because I clicked on something in chat and saw that it was there, and I was like, oh, I got it. It makes sense because I was watching Mega Harv on, like, Wednesday night or something, and he said he just got it. And I was like, oh, well, maybe I got it now, too. Yeah, it's getting a little out of hand. And Riley egging it on is, like, seriously, you're, like, one step away from being banned at this point. And you know what? The same goes for Adrian before he comes in here white knighting for Sarah like he always does, because I'm pretty sure he just eavesdrops and waits for something to go wrong so he can chime in and stir the pot. So you know, same warning for him. Oh hell, Adobe, don't do this to me. Especially since we just had this conversation this previous Sunday. And I used to give you credit for learning from your mistakes, but now I'm starting to think that you actually don't, because literally less than a week ago we talked about this shit. Thoughts on the Mega Mix and that's the ones that Riga does, right? I'm familiar with them, but I've never like read them or anything. I'm not super familiar with them. I do know. Here's a fun story that I wish I had it. I wish I had this ready to just kind of pull up. He did a manga once. I don't even know what it was called. I forget. But he took fan submissions for Robot Masters, and it was like a Robot Master War or something. I actually got one of my designs in there. And he's, like, entirely obscured by another character's foot. But you can tell, due to, like, the details on his arms, that's my design. So it's, like, it's cool, but it's also bittersweet because you can't even see his face. It's super obscured. But, like, it's there. It happened, like, 10 years ago or something, too. What if I could find it? I think I might have had it on my old DeviantArt. As fucking cringy as that sounds. Yes, I had a DeviantArt at one time. I have so much shit on here, though, I don't know if I'll actually be able to find it. Oh my god, a lot of shit on here. No, it's gotta be here. I really want to find it all of a sudden. There it is! I found it. There. That's the original design. And there's the scan from the page. You can kind of like you can see the meter on his chest down there, and like the slots in his arms and the rivets on his head. But it's like behind someone's boot. But it exists! Oh man, it's so crazy. so happy I found it, though. Alright, where was I? Yeah, I did get Mike Wazowski. But just like Mike, I was still happy. Hey Coulter, welcome back. Another cranberry harvest. View, it was pretty alright. Monday and Tuesday my allergies were really bad, so that was kind of miserable. I both got more done than I expected, but also not as much as I would have liked to get done. So it was good, but it was like... No, it was just overall good. The noteworthy thing is I finished, like, I got the intro done for video content, so now I can basically go crazy on that as soon as I have the ambition to do so. I drew a lot. That's about it. It would have been better if Thursday didn't happen. That was such a downer. I'm over it now. But on Thursday, I was like, gaming is dead to me. It was so awful. The big bummer is I wanted to check out Genshin Impact. I didn't do that. I wanted to check out Final Fantasy XIV. I didn't do that. I wanted to watch Season 4 of The Good Place on Netflix. I didn't do that. I wanted to start going through The Last Airbender so I could watch Korra. I didn't do that. So there was like a lot of stuff I still didn't do. But, yeah. Because, like I said, I felt like you needed to hear it from me, other than, like, some meme lord named, whose account name is Minecraft Steve for Smash. I thought that would have triggered you way worse. Even as I was typing it, I was like, man, this is so shitty of me to just... This is how I'm introducing my presence into chat. But I was like, I'd rather he hear it from me than someone else. I also wanted to just be upfront about it, and I didn't want to bait you into being like, okay, what's the bad news? You know, I didn't want to do that, where I'm like, View, I have bad news, and just, like, bait you into asking about it. I was like, I'm just gonna fucking tell him and rip the Band-Aid off. And not to be that guy, but at least he's in the game at all, right? At least he got noticed, I guess. Still very bitter, though. So, you know, it's interesting. I watched the presentation, like the deep dive on it this morning, and that helped me come to terms with it a little bit more, because I honestly think the moveset looks fascinating. I just hate how he's a soulless cardboard box demon that floats around the stage. It actually makes my eyes hurt. But I think the moveset looks fascinating. I haven't bought Season Pass 2 yet. And I'm not going to based on that. If the remaining fighters are like slam dunk picks, I think they could still win me back. I said this like an hour ago, right? It's one character in a roster of like 80. Like, is it really that horrible? I guess. But if the remaining characters are like complete slam dunks, it could probably bring me back. Do I think they're going to be slam dunks? Probably not. And if it's along the same lines as Min Min and Steve, I'm probably not going to be pulled back in. But, you know, if they do some really cool shit, then if they add like Dixie Kong and Tails, I'll be like, fuck yes, I'm back in there. If they put like fucking Shantae in there and shit, then I'll be like, yeah, I'm back, you got me. I'll continue just being pleased as punch about Banjo. But any Smash in the foreseeable future? Hell no. I think that was the most crushing thing about the announcement for me, is I was in a state where I wanted to be interested in playing the game again, and that's what they threw at me. Like, I went into that reveal saying, make me want to play this game again. And they were like, how about the worst character you could imagine? And I was like, cool. I'm going to uninstall because I need the disk space, so... But I'll admit I may have been overreacting when I said Smash is dead to me. That may have been a slight exaggeration. Yeah, the moveset is so ridiculously complicated, which is really funny, because it's like... The day of, I was like, okay, this isn't... Adults are not excited about this pick. Kids are excited about this pick. But they made the character so fucking complicated that most kids aren't going to be able to play him. I was like, why would you do that? Sakurai's such a fucking troll. It's ridiculous. And yeah, I think another issue I have is I'm fucking sick of third-party characters. That was something that I actually liked about Byleth and Min Min, at least they're Nintendo characters. Like, I'm sick of third parties. So that's another thing that was kind of hard to swallow. Yeah, Heroes is a little complicated, too. Terry's was very complicated. If Nintendo ever had a celebrity roast, I'd want Sakurai to host it. Honestly, if Sakurai would become a streamer, I'd watch the shit out of that. Even just watching him play, like, just fuck around with Steve this morning, I was like, this is super it's more interesting than it has any right being. I think he has an interesting sense of humor. I think he has charisma. I liked how he spent a full minute and a half specifying that Steve's up smash is magma, but his down smash is lava, and there is a difference. Just little shit like that just kills me. That still looks wrong. Do you think it physically hurt him to turn Kirby into a Minecraft character? Like, do you think he had to throw up when he was done? What a week. What a week it's been. What were we talking about before that? Whew. And ELA has said a lot of my issue is just I'm tired of third parties. And even as far as third parties go, I can think of more deserving, but I'm also like, what about the kid from Astral Chain or something? Like, come on. That sucks, like, was it one of those things where, like, you didn't realize you did it, so you had to scramble to fix it? Or did you immediately realize and you still had to scramble? Meanwhile, Coulter's mad ladding in Stardew, as he should be. All is right with the world. And Tornado Man, sorry, I'm still thinking about that question about tips for drawing hands. I don't know how to answer that. I wish I did, because... Man, was it an ordeal. The big thing I think of is... Think of them like a block, especially if you're drawing a fist. You can kind of rough it out in a block shape, and then you can kind of rough it in there. That was the thing I did for a while. In terms of hand, like if it's like kind of stretched out, not necessarily a fist. Simplify. Like, again, you can kind of start with like a slab, and then you can kind of add the digits to that. I always do the middle two fingers as one slab and pose them together. I typically only do one joint, which is wrong because most people have, two, but I usually only do the one joint. Again, simplify. Make it less complicated. Don't be afraid to rough it out like that and then go over it again. You might be able to catch a moment like that where I have enough trouble with a hand where I'll go really deep and I'll really rough it out like that before I go too much further. It's one of those things where I've been practicing it so long that now I can kind of rough out a basic shape and just make it up. And kind of just see it, like the Matrix. I don't even see the code anymore. And that's something I've only been able to figure out over the last couple of years. Like, I want to say 5 years ago I wasn't able to do that yet. I couldn't just look at a circle and be like, I see a face. I don't really have trouble with hands as much anymore, but yeah, they were a problem 10 years ago. They certainly sucked. I found myself always drawing the same hand, because I figured one out and I was like, I'm just going to keep doing this one. Can you do something like this with a mouse? Yes, but it's probably going to take a very long time. Back when I did stuff with a mouse, I had to invent shortcuts. Two things I did when I was still on mouse. I talked about this a couple weeks ago, but this was really a couple weeks ago. A lot of people probably missed it. I used to do inking like this, where I would draw... I'd use the line tool, and then I would just bend it to what curve I needed. So I did that for a while. I just did spriting for a while, where I did pixel art. It's one of them good old cases of make use of what you got. Don't just wait until you have better, or you might be waiting forever. I had a friend for many years that I don't talk to anymore, and this is one of the reasons I stopped talking to him. Because he was very... He never lifted a finger. He was always like, I'm gonna wait until I have the money to buy all the best equipment, and then I'm gonna do it. And I was like, you've been saying that for 10 years. Get off your ass and fucking do something. And he's just like, nope, I'm gonna wait till I have the best equipment. And I was like, you're not gonna go anywhere then. The obvious exception being, he also didn't have a job, so that's kind of how it fell apart. Or a consistent, reliable job. If you do have a good job that pays very well, and you're just saving money, sure, that makes sense. But he didn't. He was just waiting. He was like, well, someday I'm just gonna find money, I guess. And I was like, sure. Yeah, sure, you go with that. I'm gonna go over there and be an adult. Hey, Paul. Google Drawings? I don't think I even know what that is. I don't know what he's doing now. I stopped talking to him. That was one of the reasons. The other reason is he was just... Do kids today still use the term negative Nancy? He was one of those people... Like, not only was he negative, but something else was always to blame. It was never his fault. He was always like, nope, it's because of this. And I was just like, man, I reached a point where I was like, I can't do that anymore. He was also one of those people where if you had a problem, it was just a competition. Like, if you were like, man, I'm having a bad day, it would just turn into, yeah, well, at least you're not me, because my life is terrible. And I was like, dude, it's not a fucking competition. Just show some sympathy. Like, come on. So yeah, there was a lot of reasons, but... You know what's funny? I dealt with this semi-recently, too, where I reached out to a friend I hadn't talked to in a while. And after, 2 days, I was like, Jesus Christ, you're negative. I can't take this. And being as self-aware as I tend to be, I was like, a lot of people would be like, if you think someone's too negative, holy shit. Yeah, I understand the irony. Which makes it all the more frustrating when people are too negative, because it's usually when I'm, trying not to be. Then you hear some ridiculous bullshit about, wow, they didn't put Mario Galaxy 2 and 3D All-Stars, boycott Nintendo, and I'm like, I fucking hate everybody. It's an obvious exaggeration. That's not what anyone has... People have said that, but no one I know. just to be clear. Debbie Downer is more accurate. Because, yeah, they were very, I'm unhappy and therefore everybody should be unhappy. It wasn't so much, just criticizing things. It was just... It was always a sob story, and, yeah. Welcome back, Guy, by the way. I'm sorry to hear that someone reminded you of this Smash news. It's a rough thing. We'll get through it. Yeah, I don't think of you as a negative Nancy like Gazer. If that makes you feel any better. I have never once found myself going, man, that Light Gazer guy is just so negative. That's never happened. If anything, he's a narc, because he's always pointing out that other Light Gazer guy that's always up to no good. I think procrastinating can be okay as long as you're still doing something with that time. As long as you're not just staring at the wall. It's probably okay. It's the band. He probably trolls Jackbox too. Sometimes that wall can be interesting. Okay, Wilson Fisk. Oh, man. Yeah, usually that's my level of procrastination, is I'll just be like, I'm gonna do this instead. I'm still getting something done, I just don't feel like doing this. To be fair, no one but myself. So it's not like I have a boss, and I don't have deadlines. If I have a deadline, I set it personally. So it's slightly different. At worst case, I miss the deadline and I hate myself. But I already hate myself, so what do I have to lose? Alright, that's enough dark comedy. I only work hard when on things I want to work hard on. If it's something I don't want to do, boy howdy. I can put that shit off for months. Hey Alexander, how's it going? Yeah, especially with anything creative, if you're lacking the inspiration to do it, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. I guess that's why I have that angle, that view on procrastination, because I'm like, if I do want to draw, but I don't feel like drawing that, I'm like, I'm just gonna draw this instead. I might as well do something with that productivity. You're not feeling the holiday season this year? And it's mostly because you just don't want to go through all the trouble of, like, coordinating everything, right? I'm mostly into it just because I'm so sick of summer. Like, I was so sick of summer weather. So at the moment, I'm like, woo! Sure, it's below 30 out, and it's cold as fuck. But you know what? It's not actually that cold. It's 43. Nope, it's 39. But yeah, you know what? It's not summer weather, so... Hi, Scarlett. How are you, by the way? Weird thought, you've always imagined those shoes to be super comfy. They're just loafers, I think. Yeah, it's understandable, guy. I would probably be... Also, I'm just spending the holidays alone this year, then. Like, I'd be the same way. This will probably be the only art stream in October, honestly. My plan is that we're gonna take a break for a little while and do get back to speedruns for a little bit. But I am feeling very arty lately, so that might not last. Alright, we're gonna plan ahead here again. Where are we at on time here? 5.5 hours. God, these two characters took way long. How is it that the fucking Yellow Devil took way less time than this? Yeah, it's also true, guy. Because didn't you have, like, a family reunion or something a couple months ago that was, like, a huge pain in the ass? Because of the pandemic? Or was it, like, July 4th or something? I don't remember. Because he's a singular colored blob and not a human. Yeah, but he's also huge. But yeah, much less detail in general. Oh, was it June where you had a bunch of stuff planned? One of the things that threw you off about 11 was the fact that he canonically does not have a German accent, but after the Ruby Spears cartoon, you always heard him that way. I could see that. I'm trying to think, what other games has he been voiced in? 8? Like, low-key, he's one of the only good voice actors in Mega Man 8. Like, Wily's voice actor kind of fucking nails it. I guess Powered Up. Fun fact, in Powered Up, he's voiced by the same guy that voices Chill Penguin in Maverick Hunter X. Also known as Icy Pengigo. And I like this Powered Up voice. It's a little high-pitched, but it's alright. And yeah, 2021's not going to be any different at all. It's not going to be different until they find a vaccine. Remember nothing about Powered Up except for Bumo? I mean, that's the one thing you should remember. Yeah, it wasn't counting Super Adventure Rockman or Power Battle and Power Fighters, because those weren't localized. So, although he was technically voiced, we probably don't... Most people aren't going to have, like, a memory of that voice. Needles actually don't bother me at all. But I understand that some people are bothered by them. The vaccines is really only going to help the people who are at severe risk. And even then, I don't think kids are at a severe risk, so, like, even kids aren't going to be, like, getting the vaccine. I could be wrong on that. Throw that disclaimer out there. But yeah, 2021 is... There's no reason to believe it's going to be any different. It's just going to be a new year. No, we can help. We can hope that the year isn't a shit show aside from Corona. But that's not really going anywhere. There's no denying that there's been some fucked up shit happening in this year, so I could understand why people are still like, good riddance 2020. God, this is such a fucking jam, man. It never gets old. Every time I hear this, I'm like, holy shit. Where do you get off, T-Lopes? Making a track like this for a fucking auto-scroller. Who do you think you are? Yikes, Mike, that sounds terrible. I could understand why you would have needed to get that though. I'm assuming that was when you were serving. And given the time period you were serving, it makes sense. Yeah, it has moved really fast. But typically I find as you get older, time just seems to move faster, and I'm not totally sure why that is. I've had theories that, like, it's because I'm not staring at a clock all day long waiting for time to pass like I was when I was in high school. Like, that's all school was, is it was sitting in a room staring at the clock waiting for class to end. So that's why time felt like it took forever, because we were doing things we didn't want to be doing. Once you get older and you actually have more control over your life and you're doing things you actually want to do, time fucking flies. That's my theory for why it feels like it moves so much faster for me, at least. Alright, final stretch. Alright, Paul. Enjoy your lurking in gaming? What are you playing? I must know. You can't just leave us on that note. It's Captain Tsubasa, isn't it? Should counter with, oh, you can't afford shelves. The big appeal to digital for me is the fact that in the span of 3 years, I moved 3 times. So I don't like having stuff. I don't like having stuff. Because moving it sucks. I do know what you're playing, yeah, unless you changed what you were playing. And yeah, Tornado Man, this is like my favorite part because things really start to come alive at this point. Innuendo isn't bad, it's just bad when you overdo it. And there's nothing clever about it. That's true, Mike. Yeah, anyone with a big family, physical can be pretty good. Not even a big family, even just... Not even a family. Just if you live with like 1 or 2 other people that have the same console. Oh, shit. Who saw that I never came back for that and was just waiting for me to to realize? It's a little uneven. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Recently got into vinyl collecting. I actually have a couple old records. No way to play them, but I have them. I have a Boston album, a Deep Purple album. I forget what the other one is. Yeah, it's not that simple. His kids are probably Steve mains in Smash Brothers, whereas Mike is a respectable human being. Kind of hard to relate to that, right? No, like Azern. I'm not that interested. They broke when you tried playing them in your car? Wait. Wait. You have me wondering if there's actually a way to do that. Or if that's the joke, that you tried to cram them in the CD player. What cars even have CD players anymore? I guess if your car's older. Alright, that's where I thought you were going with it, but I was like, I gotta be sure. Yeah, I mean, there's no other way for them to fit, so clearly it has to be in pieces, right? Also, on the subject of relating to kids playing video games, I like the imagined situation that I just came up with, that whenever Mike's kids achieve anything in a video game, he's just like, that's nice, come back when you 100% Xenoblade. Like, he's just completely unimpressed by everything. Either that, or... Did you kids play The Messenger yet? They would skip like crazy, yeah. You're not wrong. But I was like, you know what? Yikes. Remember what I said earlier about enough dark comedy? I'm kidding, it was funny. Just to clarify. Aren't record players, like, really cheap, too? Like, these days? I think they're actually, like... I priced them a couple of years ago, just out of sheer curiosity, and I was like, oh, that's actually quite affordable. Alright, I know this is a ridiculous cliffhanger, but I gotta pee. So we're gonna take a very quick break. Very quick break, and then when we get back, we'll finish him up, and then we're just about at... Yeah, we're like right at 6 hours, but I still want to add a couple enemies to this, and those won't take too long, so we're gonna push and go a little later tonight. Yeah, record players are still a thing. They made a big comeback, like, what, 10 years ago? Because they became so hard to find. And then a bunch of really smart companies were like, what if we just start making them again? You might not have been here when I said that, but that's okay. Like I said, it was funny. Thanks for sharing what? Details on what? I already forgot what I said. That doesn't work on streamers sometimes, because sometimes our minds move so quickly that I'm already like, I don't know what that was in reference to. 16-year-old has played a couple games. He plays beaten Earthbound a few times. Chrono Trigger. Mentioned the Super Mario series. Marathoned the Super Mario series from Super Mario Brothers to Odyssey. You know, I've been talking about doing the, Oh, that's what you meant. I'll leave the microphone on. You can just listen if you... I'm not doing that. I've been talking about doing the 3D Mario marathon. For a brief glimmer of a moment, I thought about adding the original series to Mario 1, 2, 3, and World. I really don't want to play Super Mario World again, though. I'd really, rather never play that again. So we're probably not gonna do that. If anything, we might do the other ones at just a different point in time. We'll see. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Stay tuned. We'll finish this up, and then there's at least 2 enemies I want to add yet. That will probably be it. Unless, if Scarlet's still poking around, if she has any brilliant ideas for other enemies we can add, then we might. But I can't think of any other ones that I'm like, oh yeah, this is it. So yeah, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Stay tuned. Okay, that took a little bit longer than I planned. Sorry about that. And no, like, Gazer, those were not details. That was not why it took longer than expected. That enemy, and that. How about that enemy that's been a nuisance to you? Which one? In Mega Man 1, it's the Big Eye, which we already included. A message from eBay saying you won a 2DS. You placed that bid about 2 weeks ago. You didn't expect. Why were you just placing random bids? Or was it because of holidays? Like, do you do that every year? Yeah, what your wallet should be like, what are you doing? Are you not... What, buying a PS5 and an Xbox Series X isn't enough for you? He should be a little darker. Just a smidge. Let's pull one of these real quick, just to make sure I don't miss any of the white areas. I should probably also check Dr. Light to make sure I didn't miss any white areas on him, come to think of it. Nope, that looks pretty good. I need to add more shading to his coat, I think. Due to the way it's overlapped, it's just like a big block of solid, and yeah, we need to fix that. Entering that temporary phase of Stardew where I look at your crop field and say, okay, this is a lot. But that's not going to stop you, is it? Wily always wins! What a weird thing to say. For someone who never wins. Oh, man. Of course not. This is you will either grow into a magnificent businessman or a terrible businessman. Not quite sure which one it is. Yeah, I remember even the first time I played Mega Man 11, I was like, what? At least Eggman admits the defeat. Oh, it was a Zelda 2DS? Yeah, you got collectability there at least then. I feel like Sonic games have done that. Where Eggman, like, kind of wins, or, like, has a sort of victory. Or is... You've gotta be shitting me. His eyes are blue too? Inafune, what is it with you and blue eyes? Oh, I'm a fan of blue eyes too, but like, fucking all of the characters have blue eyes. Like, 2 of them don't have blue eyes. Oh, is it an original 2DS? Those things were ass ugly. I thought the new 2DS or whatever, like the clamshell one, I thought those looked slick as hell. We're gonna have to, like, move all the characters a little closer together. There's, like, I don't really like how there's, like, a gap here, for example. But all that rearranging shit, that'll happen off-stream. I'm not about to sit here for an hour just tweaking the position of everybody. Yeah, tasteful memes are fine. It's all about, like, Like with any form of comedy, it's timing, knowing your audience. That's why when I started streaming, memeing got old really fast, because people just overdid it. They thought that was a way of relating to people. They're just like, lel, I said a meme. I contributed, right? And I was very quick to be like, no, you didn't. As a matter of fact, you didn't. Oh yeah, you are up really late tonight. I kind of forgot about your schedule change. TBH. Okay, yeah, you said add the enemy... how did you put it? How about the enemy that has been a nuisance to you? How about we add the one that is a nuisance to Twain? If I can remember what it's called. Nope, that's Mega Man 2. Nope, that's not it either. There it is. What a dorky looking enemy. Oh my god. I fully understand why Twain hates you so. Oh, we gotta add one of those. I didn't think about that. On the subject of enemies that torment me. Oh, we should put one of those in too. Those are like, I'm now looking at all of the enemies and oh my god, there's so many that I'm like, oh yeah, that's iconic as fuck that I just didn't think of. Fuck, we could probably get a whole nother stream out of this. I'm actually tempted to call it quits and just do another stream with adding enemies, because there's way more to add than I thought. Well, we can do one more, and then I think we will call it quits, and then... I'm tempted to, instead of doing Galaxy tomorrow, just do more of this. I'm gonna have to think about that. Oh, you meant these guys. The big eyes. That was like one of the... I was like, we gotta have a big eye in there. Hopefully Nintendo doesn't use new for their... for like their next line. Yeah, I don't like the... New Super Mario... Like, no. Pass. The novelty worked at one point, but now it's like... As soon as they ported the same new game 4 times, it stopped being new. Like, it just got stupid, right? Who's that Pokemon? All Tornado Man knows. Scarlet would be very proud. I was about to say no one's gonna know what the name of this thing is other than Scarlet. And then I was surprised. Yeah, Twain hates these fucking things. So let's include one. They're pretty iconic too. They're not in any of the other games, so, you know. That's not the only reason. They don't really bother me that much. I think the design bothers Twain because he sees it as they're grinning at you. And I don't. No, I don't think he could be, but I doubt it. I know he had plans tonight. Okay, part of the reason they don't bother me, I haven't speedrun Mega Man games in a while, but I don't think you've been here for one, Tornado Man. I start with Fireman in the speedrun, and Firestorm, like, just fucking trivializes these little fuckers. So that's why they don't really bother me. In fact, that's almost the entire reason why I start with Fireman, because it makes a lot of enemies completely trivial. Firestorm's a really good fucking weapon. That, and it pierces shields of the Picklemen and just destroys them. What was the one you mentioned? Gabiol? Which one's that? Is that those? I'm bad with enemy names. Is that the little ground? The things that hug the ground and are like borderline invincible. I thought about adding one of those, but they're in like every single game, so I feel like I could put those in with another game pretty easily. A game where they have a little bit more personality. The Deadly Roomba, yeah, there you go. I don't want to do this. Alright, so something I have to keep in mind here is I add those white silhouettes, or like those white halos to all the characters to make them like pop from one another. So I want to be careful about how I do these propellers, because it could potentially get messy. I guess what I could do is just fill the whole thing in. I think that might be the play. Actually, I'm like 100% certain that Twain isn't lurking, because I messaged him about something earlier in the night and he never responded, so I think he's busy. But boy oh boy, if he had to pick a time to get here, this is probably the time. Hey, Scarlet. Drawing tips for beginner, mistakes they should avoid. The biggest mistake is being afraid of making mistakes. I'm sure that sounds philosophical as fuck, but it's true. Don't be afraid of trying things. If you're constantly afraid of trying things, you're never gonna do anything. And you never know how it's gonna look until you try it. I guess that could kind of be like life advice in general, huh? Also, Scarlet, I'm sorry if you were looking forward to playing Avengers tonight. I mean, you typically seem like the type of person that can just invent other things to do at a moment's notice, so I'm not terribly worried about it, but still. I only just realized that you might have been like, yay, we're playing Avengers on Saturday, and then I was like, got him! No, we're not. I actually didn't play it at all on my week off. which is what encouraged me to just be like, let's just give it a break until they add the next character. We saw the true ending last time we played it, so I think I'm content to let it go for a little while. Take it easy, like Azer. Thanks for hanging out. What? Especially since you won't be able to make streams quite as often, so it's nice to have you when we can have you. Scarlet, what do you think? What other enemies do you think are like honorable mentions enough that deserve to be added? Because I looked at a list of enemies and now there's like 5 of them I want to add. So I have to kind of narrow it down a little bit. So when I was just looking at the list and I said, oh god, we gotta include that one, speaking of enemies that torment me, Chanky was the one I was thinking of. Because fuck Chankies. Those are definitely, those are the run kills. Since I do Fireman first, Chanky luck is, like, what makes that work. So... yeah, that one's necessary. Unless I save Chanky for Mega Man 2, but I feel like that's weird. The only reason I'd save it for Mega Man 2 is because that's the game that has, like, the bigger guys that throw them. But when I see Chanky, I think of Mega Man 1, so... The Great Value Bullet Bill one called? I have no idea. That wasn't one I was considering adding, though. The way it is. Do 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 do. Which one's the Mambu? Hold on. I thought about the Mambu because that's. I'm looking at a lot of stuff that I never read. Killer Bomb is what the Bullet Bill knockoffs are called. Apparently, that's supposed to be a big, wide-open mouth, and they're screaming as they're flying at you. I never saw it like that before. It's a lot of enemies that you, like, never see again. I'm thinking Chanky and a Susie are the two that I want to include still. Octopus Battery? The fuck? Kamadoma is one I'm thinking about, also known as Flea. But I also think that's one where when you look at it, you don't really, like, when you look at a drawn image of it, you're like, what the fuck is that? You don't look at it and be like, oh, it's that enemy from Mega Man 1 from Bomb Man stage. No, I was gonna do the Suzy last week, I think, and then we never got to it. It has been planned for a while to add one, though. Crazy Razy? Which one is that? Oh, that fucking thing. Yeah, that's what the thing's name was. Wow, they're just called Watchers. I was thinking about adding the thing from Elecman's stage, because fuck those. I'm not gonna add a Picket Man, because those... I don't think they're in many games, but they are in other games, so I think we'll wait and add one of those later. Plus, we already have a Sniper Joe. So it would just be another dude with a shield, I feel. Should I make the Bunby, also known as Blader, should I make it a blue one or a red one? Or a green one? Isn't there a green one too, I think? I was thinking red or blue, because I think the blue ones are Cutman's stage. And that's the stage I tend to think of them from. Where are they red? Depending on the version, he drinks the energy tanks, doesn't he? I think that's the implication. Maybe not. Aside from that, no. Bum 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 bum. That's true. Yeah, the ones in 7 and 8 are both red. Hell, even the official artwork of the one from Mega Man 1 is red, so... A red-orange, as a matter of fact. There was a lot of red-orange stuff in Mega Man 1. For who knows why. Contrast, maybe? Because they were like, well, Mega Man's blue, so everything else should be as far away from that as possible. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm just gonna leave the propeller as it is for now. I forgot there was... Oh, no, that's a powered-up screenshot. For a second, I thought that was Mega Man 11. I was like, there was Chankies in Mega Man 11? I don't remember that. Oh, take it easy, Scarlet. Like I was saying earlier, yeah, I should really call it quits. We're 10 minutes away from 7 hours. We might, I might push Galaxy speedrunning onto the back burner for a little while, and we might continue working on this tomorrow, because we're, like, very close to finishing it. At this point, we're just adding in, like, a cluster of enemies. And I want to keep going now, but I'm getting hungry, so I should probably call it quits. Well, I haven't been looking at fucking my dashboard all night. We gotta drop a bunch of pixels. Because we have a fat 30 likes, which I did not realize. I have to do a better job of that. I might try and put it on a poster, or probably not a t-shirt, but I might try and put it on a poster along with the GDQ one, if for no other reason other than ordering one myself and putting it up on my wall. It'd be kind of cool to have that wall behind me actually have some stuff on it, and what better way to do that than have it be a bunch of stuff that I actually did myself. It is almost 3:30 a.m. I'm on the East Coast. I did eat before the stream, but you know, it's been 7 hours, so I'm starting to get hungry. It's so busy that they don't fit on the stream screen. So I'm probably going to try to do some reorganizing. Hold on, let's... There, add their little borders. I'll probably do some reorganizing I kind of just want to make it a little bit more compact. And then yeah, I think tomorrow, unless I change my mind, I kind of want to just get this done though. I don't want to put it off for another week. That sounds terrible. Especially just for a bunch of enemies. So we might bring it back. Actually, the Bunby doesn't look bad with the propellers like that. I was worried that the adding the halo was going to make it look horrible, but that actually looks pretty okay. So I think we might bring it back tomorrow, and we'll just add a bunch of enemies. I'm currently thinking Chanky. Let's go ahead and do our... roughing out what we're thinking here. Okay. I think the Chanky might go, like, up here. I feel like it needs to be somewhere close to Fireman. So maybe up there. If we do the Elecman thing, it'll undoubtedly go up here. I think the Susie will go back here. But I want it to very obviously look like it's, like, hanging from the wall and not hanging from the Yellow Devil is the key there. But also, oh... I don't think we're gonna put you over there. One of those fucking trolls over here. We're gonna do a whole nother stream. We could fit a Mambu in too. Yeah, it's not too big of an ask. I'm not sure where to put the Susie. What other games do Susies show up in? They're not in 2 and 3, right? So I don't necessarily want to wait and do it somewhere else. I know they're in 10. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head. So I feel like they definitely belong, I'm just not sure where to put it. Well, we gotta call it quits, so I'll think about it overnight a little bit. I think those are all I'm gonna add. I think Susie's the only other one I'm gonna stick in there. I think the rest is like, nah, those can be skipped. So that's the plan. I think we'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, there's the big one on the Game Boy one. But I'm probably not gonna do montages for the Game Boy one. Because it's gonna be the same bosses that I'm already doing, right? If anything, I'll probably do one for Mega Man 5. That's about it. Also, hey Raiders, how's it going? We were just about to call it quits, but we could we double raid? Do I have any options? I don't think I have any options, because I remember just looking and seeing that Flapper was my only option. Ooh, views starting Super Mario Sunshine tomorrow. That'll be neat. But thanks for coming over anyway. Zio, Kim, and Flapper. How you doing? How was, Vampire Killer? So is that like a Castlevania port? Or what? Looks like it. Just judging by the thumbnail. Yeah, we were doing a little bit of planning we wanted to finish this tonight. And we basically did, but I want to add another couple enemies to it. But I'm out of time. We just hit hour 7. I haven't eaten since the beginning of the stream. It's about time to call it quits. So I think we're gonna come back again tomorrow, and I'm gonna do some more. Just add a couple enemies into the mix. Do a proper logo, that's something I wanted to do. I wanted to add like a little Nintagious Arts logo down to the bottom. So I think we'll do that. My plan was to speedrun Galaxy tomorrow, but now I want to get this done. I want to get this done. Not that I want it to be over, but I'm also enjoying working on it. So we're almost there. We're almost there. I'm gonna rearrange a little bit off stream. We got some gaps back there that I'm not a big fan of, so I want to get rid of some of those. Just kind of drop everyone down a little tiny bit. That already looks pretty good, honestly. Maybe rearrange a teeny bit more, though. Yeah, good progress tonight. Yeah, this was day 6, and it's typically been once a week, yeah. We're almost done. We're almost done. No, granted, that's only working on it once a week. If I was working on it... When I took a week off for GDQ back in August... That I worked on every day. And that took 7 days, and that was 30 characters? Like, it was 28 characters or something like that. We're only up to, like, a dozen and a half here. But I also didn't stream that, and I worked a lot longer on it. Like, I can keep going, it's just that I'm hungry, so I'd have to take a break to get something to eat at least, and then start streaming again, but I don't really want to do that. My throat's getting sore from chatting it up. Chat's been pretty active tonight, so... Yeah, I'm pretty proud of it. I'm liking where it... there's nothing about it where I'm like, this part is weak and needs to be redone. There's a few things, like, I'm not super happy with Guts Man, I guess. Time Man could have been better. But nothing where I'm like, it outright needs to be redone. I'm that displeased with it. Tonight we basically did Dr. Light and Dr. Wily, and then this little enemy. Light and Wily, for some reason, took like 5 hours between the two of them. I'm not sure why it took me so long. But yeah, yeah, I'm hungry. Need to do something about that. So, but thank you again for coming out. Did I let me hit the raid thing for you real quick. Why not? Why not? If anyone wants to see like a nice zoom in of this, well, actually, I'm not gonna post this to Twitter tonight since we're gonna work on it more tomorrow. So I'm not gonna post it just yet, but it will be on Twitter once it is done. Yeah, the goal tomorrow will be finish up these little enemies, make a proper logo, some kind of background. I'm not really sure. I might do the background off stream, because that could be pretty tedious and probably not fun to watch. I'll probably just grab a screenshot from the game, and then just, like, blur it and have it in the background, like Wily's Fortress or something. I'm probably gonna go pretty low effort on the background, to be honest. I missed that you said, oh no, the platform dudes. Yeah, you gotta have those. Because again, they're not in any other game, so I feel like they're a very obvious pick. The only one I included that's, like, in a future game are Sniper Joes. But, like, not counting the Met tool, since that's, like, the footless version. But yeah. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll work on this some more, because I'm really into it. I'm feeling real arty lately, so I kind of want to just go with that and enjoy it. But thank you everyone for hanging out tonight. Thank you to View and Casey Latios and Flapper for the raids. Sadly, I don't have any options for a raid myself, but I imagine at this hour, pickings are pretty slim. Yeah, and just everyone for hanging out in general. It was a good deal of fun. Had good conversation, which always helps with these streams. Sometimes I just fall silent for a little while because I just start to focus, but it's always good to have the conversation there to fall back on when needed. Another thanks to JMT for doubling up on his Emerald ship. That happened last week while I was off, but I wanted to wait till I had a stream so that I could properly thank him for that. Yeah, original plan was to do Galaxy tomorrow, Galaxy speedruns, but we're gonna come back to this and we're gonna keep working on it. So, if you want to see more of that, feel free to come on by. We might do Galaxy on Monday then, because I don't think I'm ready to get back to the Pokemon Nuzlocke just yet. So, that might all just kind of work out for the better. So yeah, thank you all again for hanging out tonight, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more of this. And if I don't, enjoy the rest of your weekends.